petroleum products in Naira have exceeded the value of Naira-dominated crude we have received. As a result, we must temporarily adjust our sales currency to align with our crude procurement currency. The refinery also debunked claims that the temporary suspension was due to ticketing frauds, saying they are malicious and the rest. The firm, however, showed that the sales would resume in Naira as soon as they receive crude oil in Naira from the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL. Our attention has also been drawn to reports on the internet claiming that we're stopping loading due to an incident of ticketing fraud. This is a malicious falsehood. Our systems are robust and we have had no fraud issues. We remain committed to serving the Nigerian market efficiently and sustainably. So there you have it, the statement from Dangote Refinery. Vanguard newspaper, state of emergency in River State, illegality of dissolution of elected democratic structure. Falana. Okay, so he put out a piece this time. The decision of President Bola Tinubu to suspend Governor Siminalayi Fubara's deputy Ngozi Odu and all elected members of the River State House of Assembly for 6 months is illegal, as it cannot be justified under any of the provisions of the 320 sections of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. No doubt, Section 305 of the Constitution empowers the President to take extraordinary measures to restore law and order if, among other reasons, there is actual breakdown of public order and public safety in the Federation or any part thereof to such extent as to require extraordinary measures to restore peace and security, or there is a clear and present danger of an actual breakdown of public order and public safety in the Federation or any part thereof, requiring extraordinary measures to avert such danger. But the extraordinary measures which may be adopted by the President to restore peace and security in the Federation or in any particular state does not include the suspension of an elected governor, an elected deputy governor, and the dissolution of other democratic structures. For the avoidance of doubt, Section 45 sub 3 of the Constitution provides that a period of emergency means any period during which there is in force a proclamation of a state of emergency declared by the President in exercise of the powers conferred on him under Section 305 of this Constitution. Thus, in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Nigerian Constitution, the office of an elected governor can only become vacant upon death, ill health, or resignation or impeachment. Even where the office of the governor becomes vacant for any reason, the deputy governor shall be sworn in as the governor. And where the offices of the governor and deputy governor become vacant, at the same time, the Speaker of the State House of Assembly shall become an acting governor for not more than 3 months. During the 3-month period, a fresh election shall be conducted by the Independent National Electoral Commission for the election of a new governor. It is pertinent to state that the failure of a House of Assembly to function in River State cannot be justification for the dissolution of democratic structures in any state of the Federation. Indeed, the Constitution can envisage that a state's House of Assembly may not be able to function due to one reason or another, hence Section 11.4 of the Constitution stipulating at any time when any House of Assembly of a state is unable to perform its functions by reason of the situation prevailing in that state, the National Assembly may make laws for the peace, order, good government of the state with respect to matters on which a House of Assembly to be necessary or expedient until such a time as the House of Assembly is able to resume its functions. And any such laws enacted by the National Assembly pursuant to this section shall have effect as if they were laws enacted by the House of Assembly of the state, provided that nothing in this section shall be construed as conferring on the National Assembly power to remove the governor or deputy governor of the state from office. Constitution, we read it yesterday. Like we read other sections yesterday. Oh, no justification for a state of emergency in River State. Senator Seraki Dixon has strongly criticized President Bola Tinubu's decision to declare a state of emergency in River State, insisting that the move lacks justification and undermines democratic principles. Speaking on a program on Arise TV, the former Bayelsa State Governor described the decision as shocking and ill-advised. As a committed Democrat, I was shocked when the president's proclamation was read, and I immediately released a statement condemning it. Dixon agreed that while there are concerns in Rivers, they do not warrant such an extreme measure. He also cautioned that a state of emergency does not require the suspension of the governor, deputy governor, and state lawmakers. I have been making calls to ensure this incident is not misinterpreted as an ethnic clash between Ikore and Ijaw people. Leaders across all divides must see it for what it is, a political issue. The senator also expressed doubts over the legal or the level of consultation before the proclamation, stressing that it contradicts the principles of constitutional democracy. The president knows the key actors, yet whatever step he took appears insufficient. Suspending elected officials is like igniting a nuclear bomb in our constitutional democracy. While acknowledging that Section 305 of the Constitution allows for a state of emergency, he questioned whether the legal conditions had been met. Even if they are fulfilled, it does not automatically imply the suspension of the governor or lawmakers. Well, Dixon concluded. Fubara teleguided militants to blow up pipelines, AGF. It's rather unfortunate. Some of the things that even we here were warning, we're advising. We need to put our tempers in check. We need to, his media handler should be more hands-on and so on and so forth. But that was a live program, so I'm not sure what his media handlers could have done about it. It was a live program when the governor said what he said. Even though he said what he said, does it mean that he did it? Or the AGF is suggesting clearly, and in no ambiguity whatsoever, that in saying so, and he did not come out to take it back, he gave life to it. Well, you listen to it, so I don't need to take you back there. Wow. We're in a democracy, so now then, there were what I will call telegraphing of the militants, I will say by the governor. And the reason I say so was when he began and he said, he will let them know when it was time to act. Let us say it was wrong. Did he come out to disown them? The answer is no. And a week after, they swung into action. You see, or witness vandalization of oil pipelines. That's the AGO. Let me roll it. FG to release Rivers allocation to administrator. Supreme Court says do not release money until an appropriation law is passed. The AGF says the money will be released to the administrator. But in the clips I watched like 3 or 4 of those clips just to be sure I wasn't missing anything, because one would have part of it, another would have part of it. I didn't hear him say this part. In the clips I watched, I did not hear him say this part. However, it's in quotes here, so I would assume that it was actually said, and for whatsoever reason, it was removed. Okay, it was removed from the visuals we have on news channels and on social media. Okay, so what did he say exactly? To me, it will be in order for the release of that fund because the event of the extraordinary situation has brought them out of the normal situation of things. What's the question? While fielding questions on whether the federal government would release the allocation from the Federation account of the state, in view of the latest development, the minister says if the administrator requests for it, it will be released to him. And to me, it will be in order for the release of that fund because the event of the extraordinary situation has brought them out of the normal situation of things. Tribune has some more stories for us this morning. El-Rufai to Tinubu, you have no justification for suspending Fubara and others. Former Kaduna State Governor and chieftain of the Social Democratic Party SDP, Nasir El-Rufai, is called on President Bola Tinubu to reconsider his decision to suspend elected officials in its emergency rule declaration in River State. El-Rufai, in a statement released via his personal X account on Wednesday, says the action was wrong, adding that the justification summoned by the Tinubu-led government in their defense fell flat. According to the former governor who recently defected to the ruling All Progressives Congress, the Nigerian constitution does not support such suspension by the president, saying it is dangerous to our system of democratic federalism for an elected president to assume and exercise powers to suspend elected officials at the state level. While acknowledging that the security issues cited by Tinubu in his broadcast deserve some serious attention and sustained efforts to contain the threats and preserve vital national infrastructure, El-Rufai posited that the military could have been supported to deliver such responsibility successfully through a state of emergency that does not require suspending elected officials. There are things that are so clearly wrong with the justification summoned in their defense falling flat. The decision of Mr. President to suspend elected officials of the Rivers State government is one of those. Our country's constitution does not support it precisely because it is dangerous to our system of democratic federalism for an elected president to assume and exercise powers to suspend elected officials at the state level. The responsibilities of a president are heavy and extensive, but they are constrained by the Constitution and the law, and certainly do not include firing persons who were elected. Security issues cited in the president's speech solely deserve the most serious attention and sustained efforts to contain the threats and preserve vital national infrastructure. That is a duty that we ought to vigorously support security agencies to successfully discharge. A state of emergency could surely have been proclaimed to grant the relevant security agencies extraordinary powers and necessary resources to enable them address the problem. Extending the provisions of such an emergency regime to include the dismantling of democratic structures is a wanton aggression against democratic tenets and the rule of law. The Supreme Court has conclusively declared the suspension of elected officials unlawful in the Darie versus Attorney General of the Federation. Did they quite do so, verify? Not exactly. They didn't rule on the substantive matter. That matter was decided based on technicalities. Who brought the matter? Did he get authorization to bring the matter? So, continuing on, El-Rufai reminded the president that he was once a critic of the former President Goodluck Jonathan-led administration when he declared a state of emergency in the Northeast. It's in my view that Mr. President should review this decision and return to the path of constitutionalism and the rule of law. As an opposition figure, Senator Bola Tinubu had made his voice heard against the decision of the then President Goodluck Jonathan to declare a state of emergency in the Northeast, even when that decision did not extend to the suspension of elected officials and institutions. A similar reconsideration is warranted in this case to contain the damage done to the people of Rivers State and to restore the federal government in compliance with the Constitution. Let us not keep silent while the slippery slope of replicating the events of emergency rule in the old Western region in 1962 unfold before our very eyes. I appeal to all patriots and voices of reason to join in calling an end to this gross violation of the Constitution and disrespect for the rule of law. Tinubu's emergency rule may destabilize Rivers. PDP. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has strongly condemned President Bola Tinubu's declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State, warning that the move could disrupt the peace previously enjoyed in the state and serve as a blueprint for undermining democracy in the South-South ahead of the 2027 elections. At a press conference held at the PDP headquarters in Abuja on Wednesday, they've not pursued them yet. The party's National Publicity Secretary, Debo Logunagba, stated that Tinubu's decision was unwarranted and politically motivated, emphasizing that at the time the emergency was declared on Tuesday, Rivers State was not in a state of crisis. Mr. President, your action is now beginning to hurt the people of Rivers State and the nation. At the time of the declaration, Rivers State was at peace. We cannot say for sure now whether that peace will continue. A president is expected to be a resolver of problems, not an exacerbator of them. The PDP also went on to say the purported suspension of Governor Fubara cannot stand. It is unconstitutional, impracticable, invalid, completely out of the question. No provision of the Constitution empowers the president to dismantle a subnational government or suspend a democratically elected state governor under any situation whatsoever. And then they went on to cite some more. Let me read some more. This constitutional sovereignty belongs to the people and is exercisable through their elected representatives, including state governors and legislators. The president has no power to override this sovereignty under any guise. And then under the Constitution, the president is required to obtain National Assembly approval before a state of emergency takes effect. Tinubu's directive for immediate enforcement is a direct violation of this process. We expect our members in the National Assembly to stand with the party's position because it is clear that this state of emergency has an ulterior motive. The PDP urged the military and other security agencies to remain neutral and uphold their constitutional mandate of defending democracy, democratic governance, rather than being used as a political tool. And then it said a few more things, but let's roll this over at this point. NLC TUC rejects emergency rule in Rivers State. So most of the stories from the papers, it's Rivers, emergency rule, Rivers, emergency rule. The Nigeria Labour Congress NLC and the Trade Union Congress TUC have strongly condemned President Bola Tinubu's declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State, describing it as a reckless and unconstitutional move that threatens democracy and economic stability. In a joint statement signed by NLC President Joe Ajaero and Engineer Festus Osifo, that's the head of the TUC, the unions accused the president of overreaching his executive powers and violating Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution as amended. This action blatantly violates the provisions of Part 2, Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution and constitutes an overreach of executive power. The unions warned that the alleged suspension or removal of the governor, deputy governor, and the State House of Assembly was not only unlawful but a dangerous attack on the foundation of Nigeria's democracy. It sets a dangerous precedent, eroding constitutional governance and threatening the autonomy of subnational governments. No democratic society can thrive where elected leaders are arbitrarily removed at the whims of the president. They called on President Tinubu to immediately reverse the decision in accordance with constitutional provisions, reminding him that Section 305(6) of the Nigerian Constitution outlines a clear legal process for declaring and maintaining a state of emergency. Well, a few more things they have to say there, but let's move on. And then Premium Times has the next story for us this morning. An interview. Fubara is stable. There's high military presence at the Rivers State Government House. Premium Times asked the question, where is Governor Fubara and his family right now? Johnson, I left the governor at about 2 a.m. On Wednesday, 19th March. He was still in the government house. What is the mood inside the government house like? Well, the military presence is high. The SSS and police have taken full dominance of activities there. We were allowed to go in there early this morning after a thorough screening because I was still doing a few things for the governor. So I was moving in and out. People were not molested. How about Port Harcourt? What's the mood in the city? Premium Times asked. Johnson, well, there's silence of the graveyard. Rivers people are going about their various businesses. There's nothing pointing to any action that may cause any breach. How's Governor Fubara's mood right now? Johnson, he is very stable. I want to think that as a man, he would have accepted it the way it has come. And then Premium Times. President Tinubu said when the militants threatened to blow up oil pipelines, Governor Fubara did not disown them. How true is this? Last of what I heard from the Trans-Niger pipeline was yesterday morning, and after that, we heard another one in one of the local government areas in Rivers State. I want to believe that the governor would have put in place certain measures with security chiefs. It's not that he would come on to broadcast stations and begin to announce what we have done, but I am sure some measures were put in place to forestall further destructions. For anyone to allude to that as the reason for the state of emergency is like trying to call a dog a bad name in order to hang it. The governor is taking Okay, I don't think there is anything to bother with. As of now, the governor does not have any powers to do anything. We are waiting for the new administrator. When he comes, life must move on. What's the lesson for everyone in this whole thing? Johnson, well, it's an action we never expected because the indices that should have taken us into a state of emergency were not there. In the ding-dong, we were fulfilling the Supreme Court judgment when this hammer came. And as a government, we have no choice but to allow the will of God to prevail in this matter. All right, so those are the stories for review today. A very short break, and then we'll get into the issues for our discussions today. Please stay with us.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Oxygen, entertainment has to be the next best thing.
Because every chapter is unexpected.
At Today 95.1 FM, we know we entertain better, so we do it.
Life is too short to overthink your overthinking. So join us at 11 a.m. every weekday.
Let's give you a taste of sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Entertainment Today.
The ultimate entertainment extravaganza.
Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the people.
Reggae.
It's been a long time. Been on the vibes like this. Reggae music again.
Reggae Me Lights is 95.1 Today FM here in Port Harcourt. We are coming on the dance on them place Skinner Station. Feed them and them call Stainless. On them place with them and them call Bacalo. We are going run one till Chandan Babylon like Word of Jericho Kandama. Yes, I 95.1 Today FM.
Giving peace for the nation through reggae music. Yes, I.
Every Friday 9 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Reggae me like
we come out to play with them people, man. All of you who are not on reggae on this station. If you are listening, because we are talking about reggae things, man. Where things are done, we done. We are no fear, no what fear, no on them station. Reggae me like. Every Friday 9 p.m. to 10 p.m.
As I go back my window and glance through my window, I realize there's no turning back. Got to complete life's journey, though things get contrary. But got to make it to the top. See, I'm searching for a way to survive. Working so hard, I know job will provide. But see, oh, I'm keeping my head high. Mama tell me the limit.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race with deadlines, The intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served. 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, thank you all for making the time and staying locked on this dial. Let's begin our conversation this morning. I wish I had good news, but situations are the way they are, so it's a bit difficult, you know. And then people saying some of the things they are saying. You know, in all of this, there are people that are celebrating, you know, because they feel it's in their favor, so, you know. I think I'll begin with this statement. I think I saw it yesterday. I didn't read it. But let me introduce panelists. Opaka Dokubo is here. He's the Vice President, NUJ Zone F, South. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Kelly, good morning. But I have a query for you, and if you do not answer it properly, may declare a state of emergency on me.
I did wait.
You were not at our election.
Oh, the final did it. I heard there's a new NUJ chairman, sir. There's a new one now. I heard.
So that's.
He went to visit someone. That's how I heard that there's a new NUJ chairman.
Okay. So you're reporting yourself.
No, people did not do proper announcement. You didn't do proper publicity.
Okay. Proper publicity.
People did not do proper publicity.
So it's either you render a proper apology.
But I'm not fight again.
Or I declare a state of emergency on your membership.
It's all right.
But I'm not fight again.
Who is the new president?
The chairman.
The chairman, yeah.
Paul Bazia Nsane. As in you.
So the fight is over.
What is fight? There was never a fight.
There was no fight.
There was no fight.
Okay.
Not when I'm in charge. It cannot be fight.
No, you thought you could drag my leg out in public now. I don't have shame, so let's do it. Let us do it.
You're still reporting yourself.
No, let us do it. So all those dragging the drag. Oh no, we don't agree. State government wanted to impose all those things. They've settled.
I say I'm in charge.
Oh, okay. So
I should be able to.
So you manage the situation.
Take the situation and take on the control. And journalists, everybody came together and decided this is our union. We must take it forward. And so we owned it, and everything is done and dusted.
Congratulations!
And,
congratulations!
And in all of this mix, you were missing.
Yeah, you didn't do proper publicity. If you had done proper publicity, it would have come out.
I don't know what you mean by proper.
Yeah, no, there was some publicity now. I don't even know the NUJ channels. Let's drag ourselves outside.
You're still exposing yourself.
Let's drag ourselves outside.
Still exposing
let us drag ourselves outside. The NUJ channels, I don't know.
You see? Can you imagine? He's still exposing himself.
We're dragging ourselves in public. Let me disgrace. You see, I should disgrace. I can't put you in this mix here. So let me disgrace myself outside.
Go ahead.
I have no shame. Continue. So let's continue.
Anyway, that means we'll look for your political position for you.
No problem.
I have no shame.
I can't be bothered. I have no shame.
We'll get into
in this case, I have no shame.
We'll get you into one of these political parties so that you can.
And so, congratulations, sir.
Thank you so very
much. And to the NUJ in Rivers State.
The entire union, the entire council. That's the congratulations should go to.
Well, you people will be sharing. Would they be sharing money now?
It's all right.
Well, if that is what is required to bring you to NUJ.
Shall we move on?
There's no money to share.
But you just sounded like you are assuring us now. Anyway, let's move on.
To share until get an emergency rule, emergency declaration. But for us, there is no emergency to declare.
Okay, sir. Welcome, sir, again.
Thank you so very much.
And Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe is also here. He's our in-house analyst. Sorry, while me and Senior wanted to bring my leg outside. I told him.
I was interested in the state of emergency
the money part, right?
No, state of emergency declaration, where you will fall to the point that he will declare that on you. But it couldn't come up again.
No, because
maybe you didn't fall.
My two legs were already outside now. He wanted to drag one leg. My two legs were already outside.
Okay.
So what does he want to declare?
I'm looking at our constitution.
It's all right.
Constitution permits.
So he's still hanging on your neck, so know how to behave.
It's over completely.
Morning.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning.
Comrade Ruben Junior is here. He just walked in. That's the one I can remember. When they write the book, we'll read the book. I don't have a title. Do I? He has not even sat down. But let's move on. So this is what I want us to begin with this morning. I don't have a particular order. We're still going to stay in Rivers State, but we'll not talk about the Dangote situation and the crude sale in Naira. Buy in Naira, sell in Naira. Dangote, they've released a statement now. Things are going to change. I don't know to what extent, but let's begin with Rivers State. Rivers State House of Assembly, Office of the Speaker, a message to our constituents and the good people of Rivers State regarding a declaration of state of emergency by the President and Commander-in-Chief, Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. On behalf of the members of the Rivers State House of Assembly, I write to draw your attention to the declaration of a state of emergency by the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federation of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in line with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. The condition of our dear state today is mainly because of the malfeasance of the governor, who serially disobeyed judgments and orders of courts, failed to govern the state in line with his oath of office and the Constitution. The governor's despotic and tyrannical actions as confirmed by the courts, in which he also unconstitutionally obstructed the Rivers State House of Assembly, which is an arm of government, from functioning, underlies the situation. As an assembly, we assure you all, our constituents, that we would abide by this declaration, even though it's not what we prayed for. Mr. President has acted in the best interest of the country. Therefore, we call on you all to remain calm as the sole administrator appointed by the President assumes his duty in the best interest of our state and nation. Rest assured that we would give any kind of support required of the Rivers State House of Assembly to the sole administrator in the best interest of our dear state. Once again, we thank you all for your continued support, prayers, and understanding. That's the Speaker's statement for the Rivers State House of Assembly on the declaration pledging support to the sole administrator. Maybe to get to that point where it will be required, I do not know. I can't speak for any of the parties. But they had started a process. They had read out the notice of impeachable offenses or gross misconduct against the governor. the first 2 weeks exercise was to begin. In fact, it has started. The letters have been sent to the governor and the deputy governor, and same transmitted to members of the House of Assembly, all of whom signed that letter, that notice there, all of that. So I would have thought that you would insist that this is a democratic process. We believe that all the things that have been said about the governor are justified. The courts established them, and we feel that he should be removed. We're exercising our rights as lawmakers to the fullest to test the sections of the Constitution on the removal of the governor. So rather than insist about that, the president wakes up and he says, oh, there's this extraordinary situation in River State and we needed to act. And the Attorney General is defending it and saying that the governor has got somewhat a leeway out of this whole situation. My confusion is, shouldn't they be condemning it? They have strong, verifiable evidence against the governor. They want to nail the governor. These people are supposed to be acting in the interest of River State, like the governor is supposed to be acting in the interest of River State. So, how then can the president just wake up and get into a situation because of 2 explosions, and they're saying what they're saying? That's where I'm a little confused, Mr. Ndukwe.
Well, Kelly, there must be a reason given for any action to be taken. I think when we talk about 2 explosions, the explosion, did they bear the signature or name of the governor or the assemblymen and women? See, when you hear something of that nature, now considering exactly what is happening in the state, you might be thinking, what measures are we going to do? Is state of emergency the only reason, the only way that this thing could be checked to forestall it happening? For me, I don't think so. But the issue is that it's happened. I want to believe that the assemblymen, especially the speaker that wrote to his colleagues, he understands that the president shouldn't have indeed suspended them. But one thing in this country, which, our own democracy, the way they say it, is always nascent. It's always nascent, and we don't get ashamed of it every time we are still on the floor. So, now, in this kind of nascent democracy, what we do is that if there is anything that is illegal, now we weigh the status of the person the illegality is coming from. So long as it looks the supreme commander in the country, we keep quiet. We won't talk, even though we know. Nobody. Because I have not heard the governor himself condemn that. I might be wrong. Because it's not only what I hear that exists. Okay. Now, the speaker had finished also. He did condemn that particular aspect. Even Fagbemi that was talking, I'm shocked. I must be frank, I'm highly shocked. Because he is one of the SANs I was respecting in this country. Yeah. He's now Fagbemi telling me that the president has the right to suspend elected officials. Is it what Fagbemi is telling me? And then how can I give him that kind of respect as a top SAN in this country? But for me, what I'm only telling you, Kelly, it looks as if this thing was already positioned. Whatever may happen. Now, let us, like I always make a parable. You want to go to Aba. It is either you follow Rumoko, or you drive all the way to Choba, follow Zuoba, go out and go to Rumola. You still go to Aba. That's the destination. Reach Aba. Whichever way you do it, whether through impeachment or through state of the, emergency, Fobara is gone, or government of River State is gone. And it's gone. Because for me, suspending them, is there any hope of their coming back after the 6 months? You know, the state of emergency could also be increased from 6 months to another time.
Oh, really?
Of course now, because after this whole thing, and they check, nothing has happened in terms of ameliorating the whole thing. What will they do? Will they bring back the governor? Remember, for them, the governor has run the state aground in a way that he was not doing the right and following the rules. Now, Nothing has changed. Are you bringing him back? I'm not thinking in that way. Whichever way they will do it, they may say, okay, let's increase this. Or I don't know. Whatever they will do. But it looks as if the governor is gone. Perhaps assemblymen and women are also gone. But what I'm only saying, for me, I think what requires legality should not indeed attract illegality.
Senior.
Kelly, I don't know how this story actually fits, but in a sense, I just look at it. There's a story in the Bible where two men were arguing over a particular
Solomon.
issue.
Solomon.
And Solomon
I was talking about this with my colleagues yesterday.
Solomon said, divide the living one and the dead one. And the one who had nothing to lose just shouted, okay, yeah.
Divide it.
Divide it, let's. So that everybody, it's whether head or tail, I really don't win, as it were. So let it go. And that was how it went. And that was the attitude of the civil. Well, the lawmakers, see, from the word go, I do not know how. We are in this state, and somebody made a declaration. I will make this government make this state ungovernable for you, except certain things except agreement. What the agreement is, or you don't touch my structure. So the issue of impeachment or that Fubara must go is as it were. It's the major goal from beginning. So whichever way they get it, it's immaterial to anybody. Just like saying the end justifies the means. That's where we are. So you do not expect that. I wouldn't expect that for people whose one single goal is to get Fubara out of government. Because it came by a way of even affecting them and would want to do anything to say no, let us stay. I do appreciate. So to that point, that for me, ordinarily, you would expect that these are people who will say, you're trampling upon our rights. The entire, the groundswell of people that we're now seeing coming out to say, this is unconstitutional, this is illegal. This constitution didn't give you power to this extent. I'm also, in fact, since yesterday when this thing broke, I'm asking myself, exactly what is this state of emergency supposed to cure?
Okay,
supposed to address in Rivers State?
Let me apologize. We have to go for a commercial break. I'll try and remember so we can continue on this track on return. Please stay with us. We're back in a moment.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, thank you everyone for staying with us. We have Engineer Emmanuel in the studio. He is information illuminator and business development coach. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Good, beautiful morning to you. How are you doing?
I'm okay, and you?
Beautiful.
You're not in any way unfazed by this news of a state of emergency in Rivers State?
Is there a state of emergency in River State?
Well, it doesn't feel that way, at least for a lot of people going about their business.
Yeah,
but there is a state of emergency.
We don't. You know, whatever you focus on, expand.
Okay.
Whatever you focus on, expand. So there are things that we don't listen to. You understand me? Because they are not important. And I love the way Fubara is going about it, as if it's not a problem. And I love it. And that attitude is going to take him higher. All right?
Okay.
So we are behind him solidly. We are behind him.
All right.
That's
So tell us what you do at the Information Hub.
Now, the Information Hub, you know, Akin has been talking about Information Hub, dishing out information for free for years. All right? I keep saying that every time here. You know the striking thing? I was talking with somebody some days ago, and he told me that he heard about Akin when Akin was talking about a particular information.
Okay.
Then he can key into that information with just 52,000 naira. 2010. Fast forward, all right? That 50-something thousand naira should have given the amount that I can't call here. You understand me? Should have given the amount that I can't call here. So striking, very striking, huh? Now, there was a time I was working in Webros. I work in Webros for about this Webros here, very close to Choba here. Yeah, the one after the bridge when going to Warri is before the bridge is onshore, then offshore. So I work with that of offshore. Now the people that are hearing me in Choba now, they will just record the walkie-talkie, hear me? All right. My white man loves me so much because I don't joke in my job. All right, very full of strength. All right. Now this guy called me one day and told me that there's an information that he wants to give to me, that I have to embark on it, and that they are going to split my salary into two.
Okay.
So he's going to get with my contractor that is going to split my salary into two so that I can use half of my salary to be part of that information, that I will never work again for the rest of my life. Stupidly, I went to Borikam to meet my uncle that is a soldier man, army. And I told him about it. He said, where is that white man from? I said, he's American. He said, they are 419. Don't listen to him. So when I go back to job, when my white man is telling me about that stuff, I'm like looking at, I said, this man, you're wicked. You're a very wicked man. You're smoking allowance, more than my salary. You still want to take my body. So what my uncle told me has installed in my system. And I'm looking at man. But fast forward, that my uncle, God knows that he is the only enemy that I have now in my life. Because that information, supposedly I just bypass myself inside that information. Hey, jeez, there was a time I was talking to him on video call, and he was showing me, he said, there's the estate. I said, that's Webros money. He said, no Webros money. All right, it's from the information, I don't want to mention the name here. From the information that he told me, he has about 4 estates in Texas. The minimum of 4 swimming pool inside. Information. But somebody talked me out of the information. That's what we're talking here. All right? So it's striking that a lot of people now will be procrastinating and all of that. Don't procrastinate. There's nothing wrong for you to have one-on-one session with me. Come sit down, let's talk. What is this thing that you're always talking about on radio? I want to get you understand? So today we'll be having events. All right? And I want you to be part of it.
Okay.
That's just it.
What time is the event?
Today.
Yes.
Today we'll be having an event, but this program that I came now is not for today, it's for Saturday.
Okay.
So people that are hearing me now, if you are sending anything to me now, you cannot come for today's event because today's event is fully booked. Okay. So you will come for the one for Saturday.
Okay, just by way of reminding those that are booked for today.
Yeah.
What time is it?
11:30 a.m.
11:30.
We are going to install your system for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
then
they have to
12
be around,
o'clock.
They have to be around before 11:30.
Yes. Okay. Then 12 o'clock, the main session will begin. Yeah.
Okay. So for the one on Saturday.
The one on Saturday is sent in 11:30. The one on Saturday 12 noon is the installation time. Okay. Then 12:30 on the dot will start the main session.
So you're also calling for would-be attendees, yeah, for Saturday.
Yeah.
what do they need to do?
Now, what you need to do if you want to be part of this session on Saturday, for the people that are coming, people of today, start coming, all right? Start coming, all right? Just what you will do, people that are coming today, just what you send to me on WhatsApp now. I am super excited hearing you. You know, that is just what you send. But the people for Saturday,
for today.
Yes. Then the people for Saturday, what you will do is you're going to send your name, your location, and what you do, all right? Your name, your location, and what you are currently doing. If, like, there's a guy that sent me a message last time that we met, and he told me that he's not doing anything. And I mean, he's very, very happy that he met me. Because I mean, the story has changed. Most of that, I will start bringing them to the studio now so that you people will hear the testimony. Nobody the one with the talk. You will start hearing people's testimony. All right. So for you that want to be part of the event on Saturday, just WhatsApp your name, location, and what you do to this number 0706 483 925. I don't want to be calm so that you will really take it very well. All right. Now I'll repeat that number again: 0706 483 9251. Let me repeat it again: 0706 483 9251. So you say your name,
okay,
and your location,
okay,
and what you do to that very number.
Okay,
Yeah.
so those that are coming, what should they expect?
What you should expect is a change of life. Do you understand me? Just come and have this mentality that this information, you know, like my pastor used to say, he said, one piece of heavenly information have the capacity to end a lifetime of struggle. You need information. Just information. When I say a change of life, all right, it's just like maybe you can't even pay children's school fees, and now you are paying children's school fees at ease.
Okay.
You understand me? When your rent is due, you are kind of thinking, you understand me? When the paint are falling off your building, you cannot even repaint, you can't change the zinc. Now, your environment, now you have the new architecture, but you cannot change because of, you understand me? So, this is what will fund your lifestyle, will fund what you want to see. That is what we are saying. That is why I told you this information, they are very, very rare.
Okay.
All right. Somebody told me that this, Emmanuel, since I met you, this is the first time that that my children enjoy Christmas, the past Christmas. All right. He said, bought clothes for all the children, did this, that if wife is pregnant, that he has never taken care of his pregnant wife once in his life. That this is the first time.
Okay.
Because of information. Because of information. All right, and we'll be doing this thing. This is our own way of helping our society. This is our own way of helping. All right, so that is just what we are doing.
So the numbers again.
Yeah, the numbers again. What you would do: send your name, all right, the location, and what you do. All right, this for Saturday event. All right, you send it to 0706 483 9251. Let me repeat that number again: 0706 483 9251.
All right, your final words.
Now, my final word: you have to always remember what McMurdo says. He said the power to recognize information is the power to breakthrough. All right. Now, you don't pass over opportunity repeatedly. I know you've been hearing it for a lot of people, but when you pass over opportunity repeatedly, you are passing over information repeatedly.
Okay.
All right. I told you about Oyema, Allen Oyema, that owns Airpeace.
Yeah.
All right, information, one piece of information, selling of land. One boy, the boy just help his life and leading to the family, and he starts selling land. That was one of his first breakthrough.
All right,
and that is the end. That is just it.
Okay.
All right, that made him to stay in airport hotel for over 1 year. He has said it in a conference live, and people heard it. All right, so that is what information can do. Look out for information. When you see it, recognize it.
All right.
And now, you know what? Satan, the devil, because he does not like anything good, he will be telling you, "Come on, don't mind them, don't mind them." You force yourself, because this voice that you are hearing is the voice of God.
All right, we're out of time. Numbers again.
Now the number for you to call to be part of this amazing program on Saturday, and those for today start coming. All right, now the number for you to send your name, location, and what you do currently to is the number is 0706 483 9251. Let me repeat that number again: 0706 483 9251. 0706 483 9251. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ms. Engineer Emmanuel speaking with us this morning, information illuminator and business development coach.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
That's it. The news update just around the corner. Stay with us.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The House of Representatives has resolved to investigate the delay in dispersing the conditional cash transfer to some nominees of the Household Upliftment Program of the federal government. This is just as the House, during a plenary presided over by the Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, resolved to constitute an ad hoc committee to probe the delay in the payment of the funds, with a mandate to report back in 4 weeks. The resolution of the House followed the adoption of a motion moved by Abbas Adigun. Recall that the federal government, in partnership with the World Bank, developed a social safety nets program for Nigeria in September 2016, with the National Cash Transfer Office charged with the responsibility of the implementation of the Household Uplifting Program, conditional cash transfers that cater for poor and vulnerable households across the country. The program was conceived as part of the federal government's larger growth and social inclusion strategies aimed at addressing key social concerns in the country. The federal government has approved the disbursement of 32.8 billion naira from the Basic Health Care Provision Fund to support primary health care programs in the first quarter of 2025 fiscal year. The funds will be distributed through the National Health Insurance Authority, the National Primary Health Care Development Agency, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and the National Emergency Medical Services and Ambulance System. The federal government also said it will approve a new set of governance guidelines for the BHCPF at the 10th Ministerial Oversight Committee meeting. While reaffirming the government's commitment to strengthening the country's healthcare system, the coordinating minister of the Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Pate, revealed that 32.8 billion naira has been allocated to strengthen over 8,000 primary healthcare centers nationwide. Dangote Refinery has officially announced that it is halting the supply of petroleum products in naira. In a statement by the refinery, the Dangote Group said the suspension is temporary. This followed reports that the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited might have stopped the sale of crude in naira to Dangote Refinery. It also debunked online reports that it was stopping loading due to an incident of ticketing fraud. On the foreign scene, close to 70,000 South Africans have expressed interest in moving to the United States following Washington's offer to resettle people from the country's Afrikaner community. The South African Chamber of Commerce in the USA said its website received tens of thousands of registrations from those seeking more information. In a February executive order, President Donald Trump said Afrikaners, descendants of mainly Dutch settlers who arrived in the 17th century, could be admitted as refugees if they were victims of unjust racial discrimination. Relations between the U.S. and South Africa have become increasingly strained since Trump became president in January. South African Chamber of Commerce and said that in a pivotal step, it has handed the list of interested individuals to the U.S. Embassy in Pretoria. That is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Good day, listeners. We have some guests in our studio today from the National Entrepreneur Hub. Please kindly introduce yourselves.
Good day, listeners. My name is Edwin Obane. I am a senior consultant with the National Entrepreneur Hub.
Good day, listeners. My name is Tete Inamiti, a consultant with the National Entrepreneur Hub.
Please tell the listeners why you are here today.
Thank you very much for that question. We are here to inform our Port Harcourt audience about the Global Economy Project that enables retirees anywhere in the world to earn residual income.
What is the National Entrepreneur Hub all about?
The objective of the National Entrepreneur Hub is to show retirees how, through a proven cash flow system, they can earn residual income. It enables retirees to cope with the ever-increasing personal expenditures which one source of fixed income, pension, cannot meet. The National Entrepreneur Hub for the first 6 years have been assisting retirees and those that are about to retire nationwide to derive greater benefits from their retirement benefits before such benefits run out. The National Entrepreneur Hub helps to create multiple income streams from a single source and thereby avoid the financial discomforts that are associated with the too often fast erosion of retirement benefits. The National Entrepreneur Hub is in partnership with reputable international and national organizations that are major players in the global economy. We help retirees after many years of employment and those about to retire to find their voices, live their dreams, live their lifestyles, become even more productive, and adapt creatively to the fast-paced socio-economic changes of the 21st century. The National Entrepreneur Hub is the national cash flow platform that shows retired individuals how to raise funds for their businesses or projects over a period without taking any loans. With the National Entrepreneur Hub, selected retirees can control global market share in the global economy and own their own cash flow businesses. Since 2016, the National Entrepreneur Hub has helped over 5,000 partners worldwide achieve financial independence, and the number of partners is rising by the day.
Now, in more specific terms, how would the National Entrepreneur Hub project benefit retirees and those about to retire?
The project will especially help retirees and those about to retire create multiple cash flow from a single source, generate funds to expand existing businesses or start new projects, create residual income, qualify for free or all expenses paid trips to choice destinations in the world, and enjoy the vacations and more fulfilling lifestyle they had ever wished for. Have access to first class and free membership for 6 months by our top international and national masterminds and consultants, and learn the system tools and skills needed to self-development and sustainable wealth creation.
So what are the criteria that will be considered for selecting retirees or those about to retire, and how can they contact the National Entrepreneur Hub?
Well, to my fellow retirees and those about to retire who are listening, do you need to raise money to start a new business, having realized that fixed pension funds lose their purchase value over the years due to inflation, changes in the economy, and increase in personal expenditures in the absence of other and regular sources of income? Do you need to expand an existing business? Do you need to raise funds for the education of your children or wards in the face of the ever-rising cost of quality education? Do you need to raise funds to take care of rising healthcare expenses for yourself, family, and dependent relatives? Do you need to raise enough funds to enjoy vacations anywhere in the world for which you never had the opportunities while in employment? Lack of time and inadequate finances? Do you need to be part of the social solutions that are so much needed from charitable men and women to reduce the widespread pains and sufferings due to the excruciating poverty of the populace? Reputable studies have consistently shown that 60 to 80 years are the most productive, creative, and positively impactful years for men and women who remain physically, mentally, and intellectually active after retirement from paid employment. Do you need to be more productive and useful to yourself and the society after retirement? If your answer is yes to any of these questions, then send name and location to the numbers that would follow shortly. The National Entrepreneur Hub has only 40 slots for retirees in Port Harcourt. Only the first 40 people that will pick up their phones now and send their names and location to us during this program will be selected. The countdown starts now. Send name and number to these numbers.
0803-880-6020. 0803-880-6020. 0803-880-6020. 0803-880-6020.
Mr. Inamiti, what is your closing message to your fellow retirees?
When I retired from paid employment like every other retiree, I was paid my retirement benefits. Also, I received my monthly pension. There are two facts every retiree knows. 1, gratuity is a one-time payment. 2, pension is a fixed monthly earning. While both incomes are fixed, the expenditures from the day one retires into the 70s, 80s, and beyond, if God keeps one alive, are not fixed. If while our expenses are ever increasing, we neglect to do something to create more sources of residual income, we would be living a highly risky financial life. This can have undesirable effects on our health, reduce our abilities to provide adequately for our families, make it difficult for us to assist those who would love to assist, and prevent us from living our ideal lifestyles. These facts dawned upon me less than 1 year after retirement, and I wondered how I would survive sufficiently with fixed pension income in the face of the disruptions and the uncertainties in the economy, such as accelerating inflation. I wondered how I can adequately take care of myself, my family, and other dependents. How can I have residual income to mitigate the fast depletion of my savings and live happily as I advance in years? How will I maintain an active mind and body and keep learning and growing? It was at this critical point in my life that I discovered the National Entrepreneur Hub. Thanks to the National Entrepreneur Hub, which we are today unveiling to 40 lucky persons in the city of Port Harcourt, the National Entrepreneur Hub has changed my financial life in such a way that my income now exceeds my expenditures. For those close to retirement, let me say emphatically that depending only on one source of pension income is an invitation to personal financial crisis. As you are about to move from one stage of one regular income source to the stage of multiple expenditures, I advise you to be proactive and plan for residual income, because fixed pension does not change, but your expenditures will keep rising in an environment of unstable and inflationary economy. Take the action today that will make for better tomorrows in your life. Thank you.
Mr. Bani, what are your parting words to your fellow retirees and those about to retire on this laudable project?
Thank you. From my experience, and no doubt the experiences of many pensioners, the best time to plan for retirement is on the first day of employment. If you failed to do so yesterday, the next best time to do it is now, today, because our tomorrows will be the result of our actions and inactions of today. And that tomorrow will unfailingly come without our permission, and we shall come face to face with the consequences of our actions or inactions. When I retired, I was paid a handsome gratuity, and I equally received a handsome monthly pension. It did not take me long to discover that my expenditures were increasing while my income, monthly pension, remained fixed. My bank transaction history showed more reds than greens. On my cell phone, there were many debit alerts for each month and only one credit alert, the pension alert. And the reality dawned upon me that I must create additional streams of cash flow to bridge the fast-widening gap between my expenses and expenditures if I must live a healthful financial life. The National Entrepreneur Hub provided a platform that has enabled me to achieve that. I am also enjoying the additional benefits of renewed self-development through exciting mental and intellectual activities that are so necessary for healthy living, which every retiree desires after the long years of paid employment. I am therefore encouraged and excited to recommend the National Entrepreneur Hub to my fellow retirees and those that are about to retire. Dear listeners, think about the ever-rising inflation, the uncontrollable high cost of food, high cost of housing, high medical bills, high cost of education, ever-increasing dependency ratio, high cost of utilities, electricity, petrol, diesel, kerosene, gas, and multiple taxes and charges. Can one source of fixed amount of money as income cater for all this? The answer is no. These inescapable expenditures, which the majority of retirees fund from a single source, a fixed income, have no respect for gratuity and pension, no matter how handsome they may seem at the time of retirement. If you are lucky to be selected today, our representatives will contact and schedule you to meet with our senior consultants who will guide you on how to generate multiple income from one source.
Do you need to be more productive and useful to yourself and the society after retirement? If your answer is yes to any of these questions, then send name and location to the numbers that would follow shortly. The National Entrepreneur Hub has only 40 slots for retirees in Port Harcourt. Only the first 40 people that will pick up their phones now and send their names and location to us during this program will be selected. The countdown starts now. Send name and number to these numbers.
0803-880-6020. 0803-880-6020. 0803-880-6020. 0803-880-6020.
Thank you, and God bless you as you made the right decision.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back.
Thank you all for staying with us. Today 95.1, the newspaper review segment. Let me return to Senior. That's Opaka Dokubo. He's a senior colleague, a veteran in the business, so you have to give him that respect. And he's also the vice president, NUJ. So he's also waterside seniority too. So in every aspect, he's senior. You are the one that said it.
I said the other side.
He said waterside
security.
He said so.
He said Baba, he said Gida.
He's the one that said it. So let's.
He's older than him.
That's
what I mean.
Okay.
That's why we are minority.
So,
okay. I understand the bribery. Don't worry.
It's all right.
Your membership.
Yeah, majority. Your membership is here. We are minority.
Don't worry. Your membership is not state of
so, you were talking about what is the import of this state of emergency.
Honestly,
what is it supposed to achieve?
It's been difficult for me to really get. If anybody tells me, I mean, from what I have heard, especially from the AGF, and the way he has gone about it, after President AGF came out and everything that they have said, I am wondering. It's the AGF saying in fact, this whole thing is about saved Fogura. How?
From impeachment. because he was certain that February would have been impeached, himself and the deputy governor.
So how has it saved him? For 6 months, he comes back, and whatever is happening is still waiting for him.
So, are you saying that 6 months after they won't be able to resolve the issues?
Kenny, long ago.
Or this is a pause. This is pause.
Kind of.
That is
kind of.
Long ago, the battle line was drawn and said, this matter, there is no retreat, no surrender until we are. And that appears to be what is happening. So, whatever this is meant to achieve, I don't know. My thinking or my understanding of a state of emergency is that probably there is a serious crisis. And that is why Constitution does not expect that you will remove the elected officials. They will still be there. But then, when you draft in these security forces, they're meant to create stability. In River State now, sometimes when I hear some of these things, I wonder whether, is this the same place I am in? Are they talking about somewhere else?
You didn't hear the AGF say people are dying in River State?
And the AGF said, oh, nothing is happening at the State Assembly. That is opposite my office. The
That's the building, right?
The building is going up every day.
So that for 14 months.
Lie. Because the building is going
that
up.
for 14 months.
The
governor has not done anything to rebuild it.
So I am wondering whether, from where they have their information, and truly whether it's really sincere. So whatever state of stability they want to bring about here, from me, I have not seen it. If it's about pipelines, of course, from my own understanding is that, okay, you're worried about national economy, you want to continue to take the oil and sell and make money for the nation. I am more interested about the human beings here. Whatever is happening, how it will affect the human beings. In the course of protecting or doing what when you invade this place, I don't know, I've not been able to verify the recent information that they are sending 10,000 troops to come and
10,000.
secure 10,000.
To secure where?
To secure the pipelines, oil installations and whatever. So I heard. Well, so I've read. I've not verified that information. But from what the AGF said, that appears to be the interest of the government. We've been through this route before. Where did it end us?
So, are you suspect of the House of Assembly's pledging support to the sole administrator?
Clearly, it is what they actually have been. I mean, that's been their aim. That's been their focus. So, if they can get it by any means, I think they have gotten it, and then so it's for them. It's good. Ordinarily, I wouldn't have. I would have thought that they should be inching to go to court.
To insist on their rights.
To insist on their rights to protect democracy, as indeed people. I mean, so many well-meaning Nigerians have been saying that you can't do this. So for them to stamp an authority of unconstitutionality, as it were, if all of this actually comes out to be, that the governor, the president is overreaching himself and all of that, and we have a House of Assembly here that is, giving full backing to it, then I wonder what it is. But it is what it is. However it comes.
Okay.
Justifies the means.
I was going to read out the other texts. The texts attached to Comrade Ruben Izu Gideon's name. It's not that long. It's not like Chimene Mwodi. And it's 3 pages.
You like what?
Izu Gideon is the public affairs analyst, chairman NDNAF River State chapter, and the voice for Ngeni Kingdom. Welcome, sir, again.
Morning, Kelly. Morning to my colleagues and to our listeners out there. It's going out of the studio now. I notice it's a wet Thursday for most part of the state.
Oh, it's raining?
Yeah. From my calls for here is
that's good.
A coastal shower, but some other areas I heard it's raining. But the truth remains that Kelly, as at the day, in fact, I was actually sleeping after taking my drugs. I was actually just sleeping when my phone started buzzing. Well, I managed to wake up I noticed I've had series of missed calls. I started returning the ones I could return, and virtually half of the missed calls were, did you watch the broadcast? Did you watch? I said, what broadcast? Because I didn't have the slightest idea that I was a broadcast because of the way my day went for that day. I started, while I was talking, I had the phone on speaker. I was going through X, going through FB, same time trying to tune my television to see. The major thing was channels, AIT. I saw it as breaking news. I was dumbfounded. I didn't really know where to, start from. It's like somebody that they just brought from abroad into the country and you didn't know how to fix yourself. That information actually gave me a buzz that. So immediately I was finding it difficult to get the full clips of the president's speech. I couldn't settle down for that day, and the drugs I took were actually really disturbing me to sleep. So I actually just let go and I slept. The following morning, I now started listening to the speech of the president and then backing it up with what the AGF yesterday addressed the nation. A lot of things came into my mind. I was a bit confused. Like I said, I wasn't expecting a state of emergency. But on a long run, when I listened to the speech of the president and I asked myself, I think the only thing that I saw there is the constitutional requirements. That's the only thing that I saw there, the constitutional requirement. Now, for the president, just like we were talking off mic, for the president, he reeled out a lot of things, backing it up, just like what the Attorney General said, backing it up with the position of the Supreme Court, black and white copy. It tells you that a lot of things has happened in the state that if not properly handled, it could snowball to something more worse. And from what the Supreme Court said,
okay, it could.
When I say it could, on the aspect, we've started seeing them surfacing. But on the aspect, like I'm talking about, like the series of threats from the Niger Delta militants, the Ijo extraction, loyalists of the governor using statements, and as well as, I think on the day the governor was commissioning the
fire service.
No. The government house staff quarter also.
Okay.
I think that was the day he made mention of the worst that will happen is the impeachment, and that doesn't take him off the planet or whatever. But he insists that the right thing be done, in as much as he doesn't subscribe to violence. When the time comes, words that are ambiguous. I have the choice. Just like when they say a witch cries in the night and the baby dies in the morning, that word to the supporters and his, it's ambiguous, and I know very much clear. Some persons may not speak, but they clinch on that. Then, looking at the legal frame of it, when the Supreme Court made that statement that there has not been governance in Rivers State, I've been issued this crisis based on what has happened. And I ask myself, if indeed all that the Supreme Court reeled out is really happening, I'm even just surprised that it has not fallen to, Rivers State has not really got into the state of anarchy. But frankly speaking, going again, clinching what the Supreme Court said to what the president said, that he has made frontal effort, aside what the legal frame established, and both parties are refusing to abide by it. Now, the two major ways you and I know that dispute can be resolved is off the court and in the court. And this both, has been explored. Now, at what point, from what we also saw even after the Supreme Court judgment, from the two arms of government, my dear, I really, like I said and I admitted, it is from the constitutional angle that I really saw, because I know that a circumstance, I listened to a video that somebody, I don't know who brought that in from the Governor Fubara's angle that entails Goodluck Jonathan's state of emergency that Ruben Abati came on air and was clear. If I look at it clearly, this same section 305 was still referred to, and when Goodluck was addressing the nation, he said, in an emergency, that emergency entails a lot of things as a president. But that's why what I said, that whatever you do, it still has to go through the constitutional requirement, being the National Assembly rectifying it.
Okay, so a few things come to mind. It's good that you want to talk about this now. We didn't exhaust it yesterday, so I'll just oblige you. The Supreme Court, in delivering those judgments, spelled out the remedies. Right? It spelled out the remedies. As dire as what the Supreme Court said in its description of situation of River State, right? The Supreme Court did not describe River State as a situation that was an emergency. The president acted in his rights in declaring a state of emergency. The argument for a lot of persons is, are we there yet? The AGF says, do we have to wait till we get there? That's what the AGF is saying.
That's where the emergency, doctrine of emergency comes in.
That's what the AGF is saying.
Yes.
But the House of Assembly and the state government, in responding to the directives of the Supreme Court, has started a process. Present budget. No, we did not receive correspondence. Back and forth. Okay. The House of Assembly, in their right, says, we believe that you have committed acts of gross misconduct. And they did say they were sending that letter to him. That will be the signal for an impeachment process.
Sure.
It's a recognized process that the Constitution provides for to remove a governor.
Yeah.
So when the president rises to enact himself over and above what the Supreme Court has done, how do we look at that in the spirit of the rule of law? This is no longer about fairness. It's the rule of law. In the spirit of the rule of law, to say, we are suspending this procedure because we want to save Fubara. And that's what the AGF said.
That one is totally out.
That's what the AGF said.
Yeah.
We're suspending this process more like it's going to favor Fubara because the impeachment process would have thrown him out entirely. So the lawmakers in River State, Martin Amewule and the 26 others, coming out to pledge support to the administrator, leaves me a bit in some confusion. If the AGF is certain that you guys would have succeeded with the impeachment, have you guys not been, your knees, you've been cut off from your knees at this point, made you crippled, incompetent to do what you ought to do, which the Constitution empowers you to do, and the Supreme Court has said you have the right to do it.
Kelly, if you understand there, when the Supreme Court judgment came out, a lot of sound public commentators made the position that despite the fact before you, wisdom, human common sense tells you sometimes or informs you that if you give this judgment, yes, you are right. But there is a way you give this judgment, you save further occurrence. A lot of persons came from that position that the Supreme Court wouldn't have come from this. They gave this judgment not minding that this could cause worse than they think they want to resolve. Now, that is, I listened to senior advocates who were speaking because they feel like, fine, Kelly brought this fact, Opaka Dokubo brought this fact. But you know that what Kelly brought is actually right. I understood what they were saying. But if I should give Kelly this judgment, it will amount to XYZ. Now, there is a way I could give this judgment. It seems like no victor, no vanquish. And I ask myself, so there is this conscience that will inform the 7-man panel as against the fact before them. If that is the case, then it also informs the president. That is where the doctrine of necessity.
Inform the president to do what?
No, that's what I'm saying now. The emergency. I said, listening to the president, I listened to the Goodluck Jonathan's video that emanated, that gives them. That's why I said the only thing I am seeing here, frankly speaking, is the Constitution, like we are currently seeing now, that is beckoning on the National Assembly. The president has the right to do what he has done and communicate. And it takes 2 days 2 days. I think today is the second day after communicating to the National Assembly. That's why I said that's the only area I feel if it is done, if the National Assembly sees the necessary steps taken by the president in line with the constitution and they okay it, that should be it. Now, let me tell you.
I'm asking for the lawmakers in River State. The lawmakers in River State coming out to pledge support to the sole administrator.
Kelly, if the governor's statement you read, even till the Supreme Court judgment, he gives you a reservation that in as much he welcomes it with open hands, but he always tells you his reservation. Now the reservation is this: you are a human being.
Okay.
You are a human being. When cases, just like we normally say, when the court gives a verdict, those who the verdict favors will say the court is the last hope of the common man. Those that it doesn't favor will cast aspersion at the court. But some other time when they get judgment, they revert and it becomes an opposite. The court is the last hope of the common man. Those who initially said the court is the last hope of the common man will be the ones now casting aspersion. So you don't expect it's just like even the 9-point peace agenda by the president. You saw the governor accept it wholeheartedly, defended it even when he came back. A lot of persons who were on the other side opposed it totally. But later on, you saw the statement credited to the governor that it was never constitutional. That is humans for you. So the assembly members looking at it, now they may be coming from a position of, I saw somebody made a post and he said, let both parties now go home and rest. Do you know what the stress of impeachment, just like what is happening to Natasha now, that they are crediting it to Yaya Bello? Do you know the cumbersome stress of going through the constitutional requirement and recalling in Nigerian history or Nigerian pattern, recalling and impeaching is quite a cumbersome one, most especially like it is in River State when the chief judge does not give in. It's a very cumbersome one. So to them,
this is an easy way out.
For them, we are human beings. When leeway comes in, you will accept it, even if the whole world cries it is not. For you to feel like it's an easy way for you. It saves me the stress.
Let's go for a short break.
And that's the word of the AGF. You heard him too.
A short break. We're back in a moment.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Hello, my people. Are you ready for an electrifying experience that would send shivers down your spine? Welcome to the thrill. Hold on tight as we dive into the hottest high life tracks. that will make your pulse race and your feet move. It's not just a show. It's a musical and talk adventure that would leave you craving for more. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the thrill. Mondays to Thursdays, 9 p.m. only on Today 95.1 FM.
Have you ever been in a situation where you had to pay a fine for an indictment? Then you later found out that there was an already established law to protect you from that penalty. Have you ever been denied a position because of your gender or disability? Have you ever been discriminated, treated unfairly, assaulted or cheated by your landlord, employer, tax collectors, bank, family, business partners, and the police? What if the breach between you and justice is just the right knowledge? I'm sure you've heard that knowledge is power. Join us every Saturday, 10 to 10:30 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the program The Law Today, to get acquainted with your legal rights and beneficial interests as a citizen of Nigeria. The Law Today, 10 to 10:30 a.m. every Saturday, is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Wetin dey happen lay?
They say wahala dey
na this one wahala be like bicycle. The thing dey just dey quick.
Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Na for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, Bomkwem. Na here you go hear wetin dey happen for Naija and obodo the world. Na that time wey we dey bring you ogbonge tori dem wey go shock you. You go wonder say na person do like this. Na so we dey bring am come give you as e dey hot.
Now wey we dey find way to sweep this country, don't run. You go stay abroad, in the chapa. You say this one, no worry. When time I reach, I will say I want to take. Make I see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go open gate for them. I me go be get man at that time for airport.
Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss Mazi Ike God, Ike Nwachukwu, and MC Kuro for wetin dey happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say, woman dey chop our recharge card, woto woto. I don dey tell una say, this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy wetin dey happen. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss am at all.
Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose giving, because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world will be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. We had to go for that quick system check, and we're back, so we'll continue our conversation this morning. The AGF statement was just a part of it. but we connected it with the River State lawmakers' reaction to the move by the presidency on the state of emergency in River State. But there are a few other things come to mind. Let's see if we can talk about it together. Former governor and former minister Rotimi Amaechi believes that this is disguised power grab, is to allow someone to make his way or have an inroads into River State and take hold of the machineries of power. The AGF also came out to blame Fubara, like we've mentioned here, especially one of the things that Izu cited, making some of those statements. And when the time comes, we will join the fight and so on and so forth, that he sort of, telegrafted the militants into doing the bombings. And even when the bombings happened, he didn't come out to say anything. And I'm wondering, did the governor needed to, they bomb now, he will release a statement, they bomb again, he released another statement. Was that necessary, Mr. Ndekwe? Was it necessary?
You see, Kelly, nominally, the governor is the chief security officer in the state. Like I said, nominally. Because I do not understand any governor in this country, both those that are seated now and those that have sat there before, that have authority of issue of soldiers to go and defend so place that are hot beds or problems. I have not heard that, and I don't know about that. If such is happening, perhaps in Abuja alone, or maybe in Lagos. So, on that note, how will the governor, what would he have done at that time? Is it only to come out and shout, maybe tell the commissioner of police, and then he will read the message to the IGP or whatever? I don't understand that kind of thing. What has happened, and I'm sure both Fagbemi and even the president may have heard that in the way the governor heard it and couldn't have done. But within the scope that is the Oga, the messages would have been coming, and there's nobody that will say that perhaps the governor wouldn't have placated them by giving them mind and all that, and say government or appropriate quarters will handle that.
Okay.
And the appropriate quarters we are talking about is soldiers mobilizing them, which is completely away from the governor's purview of doing things. I don't know exactly, but you see, all these things, I'm not surprised, because that's the kind of, in politics, Nigerian branch especially. You see my friend Chimene that comes here and said that they are praying for the downfall of their opponents. And that is true. We may be thinking that he's just making jest of the whole thing. It's the truth. No success is wished the opponent. And that is why they tell you that the permanent thing is interest. And that they pursue that interest to indecent boundaries. Now, tell me how you will always just be looking which way. Put your leg there so that before he touches it, he will fall off. You coast to safety and all that and be happy. It's unfortunate, but that's the way politics is played in Nigeria. Now that suspension or no suspension or whatever, Fubara is not in office. And they are saying he's going to be away for 6 months. Within 6 months, certain things he may have planned, will he execute them? Then, if you, like the assemblymen and women, if you had wished that, okay, he be removed, whether through impeachment, and the impeachment is abridged, then instead of emergency, has done the job. Is it not what I'm saying? You want to go to Aba, either you follow Choba or you follow Rumokoro, but the destination is Aba. You've reached Aba, so they must be happy.
So Amaechi's position may be correct now.
You see,
going
Amaechi is a politician.
To grab power.
Amaechi is a politician. He knows what all of them do. See, none of them is better. I'm telling you, if he were there and his head is in maybe in a tango rope, he will be looking for a way to bring it out. And if that comes into him and said, you see, go to that state and then take over it as the commander-in-chief and then pounce on them with state of emergency, he would have done so. It's the same thing. So he knows what they do.
Comrade Izu.
Kelly.
Is it right to pin it on Fubara? One statement. You say because of that statement. He's the mobilizer of the explosions.
Kelly, let me just say, like I said.
Is it right? Do you think it's right?
See, it is right.
It's right.
Why I say so is this. Kelly, you know very well that when I have altercation with you, before people who came to, see how they establish calmness, and Kelly uses a certain word that, don't worry, I will deal with you. God forbid, a day after, something strange happens to me. That's why you see some persons, when such words are being uttered, they sometimes, depending on the gravity of what really happened, they take you to the police to sign undertaking based on certain words you have said. If anything happens to me or any member of my family, why did they do that? Because some people could utter words and it's just an ordinary word. They go to sleep and it's gone. Some will say such and they act upon it. Some will not talk about it. They only look at you, walk away. But in their heart, they want to hurt you.
And you may never know which.
You may never know who. But when the one that has spoken, actually maybe some days, you might be innocent. But because you say that word and it's been, they are a witness over it, you will go in for it. A lot of persons have gone in for it for this. So I wouldn't blame anyone, because you know why? When I saw, I listened to Ovieteme George, who is a TVC journalist on the pipeline. Clearly, with a youth leader, it showed that there was a sabotage. He said he has witnessed many cases like that are actually the pipelines and the facilities were kind of obsolete. You know that it was a facility malfunctioning, whatever, that caused it. But this one, when he came, he saw that they dug a certain parameter around that very spot, and there were sachets of hot drinks around, meaning while they were, carrying out the act, they were drinking. There was an evidence of sabotage around. For him, he made that statement. And when I listened clearly, and I also juxtapose it with the so-called supporters, either directly or indirectly to the governor. Kelly, as you are here, whatever happens to you in Today FM, that I perceive as my brother, as my clientsman, as my regional person, that you are being maltreated by Today FM, and not by your authority. Where I am, I begin to shout. It's just like what happened in 2015 when Asare Dokubo and so many other lords in Niger Delta sent a war message that if anything, whether willingly or whichever, Goodluck Jonathan did not continue as president during the election in 2015, that there will be bloodbath. There will be bloodbath. My brother, Goodluck did not really send them. I heard Goodluck time without number, not using the kind of word that the governor used. The governor said two things that is clear to you and I. In as much as, you know what in as much as mean? It's English terms. In as much as, and you backed it up. In as much as I do not subscribe, meaning you are not totally exempting yourself from that. It's English word. In as much as I do not subscribe to violence, but when the time comes, I'm not the one who made that statement.
So he roped himself in.
Yes, and when those, just like Soboma Jakrish disassociated himself from that video, that the name of the group seems similar to his organization, immediately he came out frontally. Sometimes we notice people do play to the gallery. They are behind, but they come out and totally deny it. But whichever which way, he knew the implication of the actions of those people in case they carry it out. He came out and frontally. Now, in his denial, did you see the governor calm down the people who have been coming out with this perceived support for him to carry a certain action should in case something like this happen? No. And that's why it was roped on him. And the statement you're asking me now, I'm not saying yes, he is responsible, but it will be pinned on him because you have people who support you. We agree. They are making this statement that did not actually have the backing from you officially. But there are certain body language, it seems like, oh, now because of where I did as the number one person, if not, maybe we for do like this. You have certain ways. Now, if I will tell you, those people are not, let me tell you, we know how the Niger Delta functions. We have, just like in police, we have DPOs and co. When certain things happen, police say, it is not our men. They look at the area where that thing happened and ensure that they trace that person to the division he served. These boys that are in the Niger Delta region and waterways, let me tell you, they all have where they come from. That's why during the kidnap period of the Niger Delta, when it happens, you will be surprised. It's very easy to trace where these things happen, because Kelly, who is a warlord in Rumosi, and Ruben, who is a warlord in Rumekini, I cannot cross into the territory of Rumosi. So if anything happens within Rumekini, it is easy. If the person involved is close to Kelly, who is in charge of Rumosi, you are easy to contact me in Rumekini and say, this thing happened in your territory. Who are these persons? And immediately, I have witnessed something in our region when the government facility was vandalized. I made a call across, and one of the boys told me, hey, I know that area where you mentioned. I know the people who go feed do that same thing. I said, investigate. And immediately he investigated and got back to me, gave me the feedback, and I called the so-called overall there, and he quickly said, I am not aware. And when he investigated, he found out it was one of his boys.
Okay. Mr. Dogbo.
Kelly, see, I don't know. I think the last time I heard was that concerning that explosion in Bodo, I think it's Bodo. I heard 2 people were arrested.
Yes, police said so.
So, what happened? What did we get from here?
We hear investigation is still ongoing.
Ongoing. And the AGF said they have already concluded, it is Fubara.
He said, but you telegraphed it.
Telegraphed in, and then you pin it on. Yeah, like you have said, you can pin it on. Kelly, I know that in law, there will be something like circumstantial evidence, yes. But if you put it, when for you to convict that person, reasonable doubts, all reasonable doubts. Are we sure in this circumstance, now that you are still investigating, you have not found the person?
It may actually not be Governor Fubara that sponsored them, or even it may not. It seemed like we need strong reasons to do whatever we're doing, and these reasons will help us justify our actions. That's the way the AGF sounds to me.
That's the way
I feel like on one hand, they could be maligning the governor, but then also, like we've also pointed out here, that it's important you check the things you say outside.
I agree with you. The governor in that, of course, I think I was in that studio the day after that statement, and we all here said no, shouldn't have gone necessary. That far, whatever it was, because it's you. Unfortunately, in this same country, people had made
worse statements.
And we've seen things happen.
Mm-hmm.
We know at certain point somebody said the beasts and the baboons were soaked in blood, and no question.
No, I know that one is extreme. The one even in Lagos in the build-up to the 2023 election, that you refer to certain tribes and certain diatribes and all of those things, and police came out in defense of the person that made the statement. Maybe he was joking, but then they went. Actions followed.
So what you are seeing is a situation where it looks like somebody just would let's play, let him play. We're just checking. We're just taking. See, one of the things I worry about in all of this is this, and that's why, like you said, what Amechi said. The AGF says that, or the president says that whatever happens, this administrator that they have brought, if he's going to when he makes his regulations and all of that, he will bring them to the Federal Executive Council.
If he needs a regulation.
If he needs regulations. Or at least he takes his clearance house will be the Federal Executive Council, or whatever he will have to do. And my worry is that anybody in all of this, whether the president, whether the AGF, that anybody who exonerates or who keeps some wiki out of this crisis is merely deceiving himself and trying to hiding under one finger.
Okay, we have to go for the news now because you took us to the next part. The AGF said Wike cannot be blamed for Rivers emergency rule. You cannot blame Wike. The governor is the chief principal actor in this crisis, the AGF. We'll come back after the news and then we'll continue on. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Suspended River State House of Assembly has backed the declaration of a state of emergency on the state by President Bola Tinubu, who removed the governor, Simnalai Fubara, and his deputy, Professor Ngozi Imaudu, from office. The Assembly, in a statement signed by the Speaker, Martin Ameule, in Port Harcourt, claimed that the declaration was as a result of the refusal of the governor of the state to adhere and implement the Supreme Court judgment in the state. Ameule promised that his team would abide by the declaration, adding that the appointment of a sole administrator for the state is in the best interest of Rivers. Meanwhile, the Chief of Staff to the Rivers State Governor, Edison Eye, has dismissed reports circulating on social media claiming that the state government obtained a court injunction to prevent the sole administrator, Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas, from resuming duties. In a statement, Eye described the reports as false and an attempt to escalate the already tense political atmosphere in the state. He further dismissed claims that the alleged order stemmed from a fictitious lawsuit challenging the federal government's declaration of a state of emergency in River State. Eye urged the public to disregard the misinformation, emphasizing his commitment to peace and lawful conduct. Police authorities in the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, say at least 6 persons have died, 14 cars burnt following an explosion at the Karu Bridge in the nation's capital. In a statement by a spokesperson, the FCT Police Command said a distress call was received by Karu Division reporting a horrifying scene after a Dangote trailer heavily loaded with cement and approaching Yanya Bridge from Aya lost control and crashed into stationary vehicles trapped in traffic. The impact engulfed 14 vehicles in a raging inferno as bystanders and motorists scrambled for safety. It said emergency responders rushed to the scene, battling thick smoke, intense heat, and rescued 6 victims who were rushed to the hospital but were tragically confirmed dead by medical personnel on duty. The FCT Police Command extended its deepest condolences to the families of the victims and assures the public that a thorough investigation will be conducted to determine the cause of the disaster and prevent future occurrences. On the foreign scene, Google has introduced Canvas, an audio overview on its Gemini AI suite. Canvas is designed to help users create, edit, and refine their work in real time. By selecting Canvas in the prompt bar, users can write and edit documents or code with changes appearing instantly. According to a post on Google's blog, these features to enhance AI-driven content creation are being rolled out globally for Gemini and Gemini Advanced subscribers. Gemini now goes beyond brainstorming and research by offering real-time document editing and code assistance. Google confirmed it was rolling out both features globally, Canvas in all supported languages, while Audio Overview launches in English first. Users can access both via Gemini's web interface or mobile app. According to Google, Canvas enables users to effortlessly generate high-quality first drafts and refine them using AI-powered suggestions. That is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, and entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM with Target, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back. All right, thank you all for staying with us. I return straight to Mr. Dokwo. So we're speaking on yes on Wiki, because the AGF says
yes
we cannot blame Wiki for the Rivers emergency rule.
So how it is that these ones would not see Wiki in all of this is what beats me. And we know he himself has not veiled where he stands right from the word go to this point. Even until last Saturday in Abalama, he was still saying this is. So at every point in time, so for anybody to tell me or not to see him in all of this, even from the very beginning, when they went to the president and then entered into this 8-point agenda and everything, how come somebody says he is not in it? Now, president says when you...
They say he's not the one that violated the court orders. It's not the one that demolished the House of Assembly complex.
The House of Assembly complex, who did? Did they not make any arrests?
No.
They didn't?
No.
Whose responsibility is it to investigate and to make arrests? See, we are...
On the contrary, they made some arrests. The matters were taken to court and the court let them go. It's a fact now.
And then you pin it somewhere.
It's a fact now.
No panel was set.
No, police arrested them. Femi Falana was their counsel, was their legal counsel.
That was on the security angle.
No. The House of Assembly, there are two things here. The bomb blast to the House of Assembly. Right? Yeah. Yes, now, police made some arrests. Police wanted to arrest Edison Eye. They went to court to get an order to arrest him. Right? Edison had a counter order to say the person you want to arrest, what are the charges against him? What's the link? The matter was challenged. It's not that the matter went halfway. It was challenged all the way, and the police lost. Right? Edison and the others were let go eventually. That's a fact now. So, but I think what they're speaking of is the demolition of the chambers itself. It's the chambers now, not the entire building now. The bombing was just the chambers now.
Yes.
It was the chambers now. So the demolition of the chambers and that space where they used to sit. So that's what they're saying. Who demolished it?
Well, this is where we are. So a situation where the president says, look, whatever it is, bring to the state, the Federal Executive Council. And then for me, the one at the root, the man at the center of it all. If anybody says he's not seeing well, I know Rivers people know. And the man himself is not hiding it, that he is the one. But whoever chooses not to see him, it's okay.
So you disagree with the AGF?
But my problem, how can anybody blindfold me on that one? And he's not blindfolding anybody in any case. Now, then, you now say, bring this case, whatever it is, bring it to the Federal Executive Council. And the man is the one seated there, representing the River State. I do not know how, one way or the other, you have not taken power back. I don't see it.
So, one breath, you agree with Amechi?
Yeah.
You agree with Amechi, but you disagree with the AGF on two accounts.
No, for the AGF, I think, for me, in all of this, the AGF is just hiding his head in the sand. he's just playing the ostrich. I mean, he's not being sincere to himself.
All right.
He's not being sincere to Nigerians.
Okay.
He's not being sincere to anyone at all. I'm not sure the man is even trying to shield will run away from it. Because
All right.
I know he's been quite courageous to own up to certain things that had happened, and people were trying to defend him. He had always come out to say, I am the one. And in this case, I'm not sure he will even shy away from that.
Mr. Ndukwe, do you disagree with the AGF on
Yes.
Wiki?
Yes. The reason is simple. When Jesus walked the earth, he killed somebody. And then they were asking him, I think himself, whether he cured that guy also, and the others asking, I think the Pharisees also. And then he told them that the man is of age. Let him speak. So when had Lateef Fagbemi become Nyesom Wike? Why should he be talking on his behalf? It's not as if he hired him as a lawyer to go to court and then talk about him. But now, why not he allow Wike to exonerate himself? I don't know. But if you ask me about the controversy ever since same came, Wike is in the thick of it now, he knows. But whether, as for this particular state house,
House of Assembly?
No.
Emergency?
State of emergency. I didn't hear Wike's name. He didn't make the announcement and all that. So if there is anything he did, it would be a way perhaps behind the scenes. But as for coming to hang it on his neck, I cannot do that. But let Fagbemi, as much as he cannot also say so or do that, refrain from defending Wike. It has not reached the time of court session.
Okay.
He will talk because Wike is of age. Let him defend himself.
Kelly.
So this video was trending at some point when the demolition happened. Some people say it was justification for the demolition of the House of Assembly. But I also recall that there was an order of court. There was an order of court. Though it was temporary. There was an order of court that allowed Sim to do what he did. I think it was the same order that Edison used to start sitting as speaker then of the River State House of Assembly. There was an order of court. Some of the arguments were to the fact that the explosion had affected the structural integrity.
But
let me just finish.
It was for renovation, not for demolition.
No, but the explosion had affected the structural integrity of that facility.
Yes.
And the governor needed to first give them a befitting place for them to sit, and then fix the assembly for them to resume sitting there. That's the information. I still recall that one, but this is the training video I'm referring to.
And today, because the legislature has the capacity to have technical experts in terms of buildings, and so it behoves on the executive to provide a befitting accommodation for the legislature. Even the National Assembly, it is not the National Assembly that builds the legislative quarters or the office. It is the Federal Capital Development Authority, and which is a department of the Federal Capital Territory, which is a department of the executive. And most people may not understand that. They think because the legislature has the right to award contracts, they don't have the right to provide and build on their own. It is not so. It is the duty of the legislature to provide the funds, and when the funds are provided, it is a department within the executive that provides the physical infrastructure for what the legislature is supposed to have. People mistake it that the legislature should award contract. Their business is not award contract. Their business is to make good laws for the executive to implement and for the judiciary to interpret. And that is what is supposed to be. We were not part of the building of your offices and your chambers. You built that. You built it by yourself. And that's why today, it cannot stand the test of time. The legislature built the office, your chambers, you built it. And it's leaking everywhere. You built it. So when you come to tell me it's leaking, I say, who did the contract? Is it the executive?
Okay, so there you have it. That's trending video at the moment. At this point, would it suffice? Would it suffice as a defense? Would it in any way? Okay, so let me take the views of Comrade Izu, the AGF absorbing Wike of any blame in the emergency room.
Kelly, see, I have said this thing time with that number, and I don't want to, repeat myself, and it looks like maybe there is one bias analysis here. But the fact remains here, and that is what I clinch on. In the Supreme Court judgment, was Wike mentioned anywhere? The answer is no. Even the statement of the president that the two warring factions, he's talking about the assembly and the executive.
Of course.
Was Wike mentioned anywhere? I don't think Wike was mentioned anywhere. Even in the 8-point agenda, Wike was not mentioned anywhere from everything. It was the governor who spoke, and as well as the speaker. Where is Wike's name? That's why now a lot of persons are making mention of Attorney General. That's the question that journalists. It's just like the media chat the president had. It was Ruben Abate who brought Wike's issue. You remember some time ago, it was Ruben Abate who asked the president. It wasn't the president who mentioned Wike's name.
Okay.
It was Ruben Abate who asked. I mean, same thing happened. It wasn't the AGF who just brought Wike's name. It was a question.
Okay.
It was a question. There was no way Wike would have been brought in to that press briefing by the Attorney General. It was a media man who asked him.
So the AGF.
And he responded, where is Wike mentioned here? There was no basis. If you go to that thing, there was no basis for his briefing to bring in Wike. If you notice, he paused. There was a question that was asked at him. Then he now responded. Was Wike mentioned? Is he Wike that said?
The AGF is correct now.
Of course.
You stand with the AGF.
I stand with the AGF because Wike was not mentioned from the. Why he responded that way was what the president reeled out that informed him in taking a decision. He said the governor demolished this, the governor refused to do this, and in all that the president has said, was Wike's name mentioned? Is it Wike that sent this?
Now, the reason why that journalist asked that question is because a lot of persons are saying that why are you suspending only Wike? Why are you suspending Fubara? You should also suspend Wike because Wike is the principal player.
No.
Let me explain now. That Wike is a principal player in this whole thing. The House of Assembly, they are just a smoke screen for the main person. The main person is behind the curtains. The House of Assembly, they are in front.
That is outside now.
They are saying.
Why the Supreme Court no come from this direction? Say, Wike has a role in play and put him in it.
You cannot.
From what anybody is saying now, why didn't the president involve this? Why will the Wike be involved? Is he part of it?
Okay.
See, Kelly, if you, Ruben, and Kelly are having issues, and I happen to come and then deciding you, I'll be giving you advice behind the curtains.
Yes, thank God you say behind the curtains.
Hold on.
Thank God you say behind the curtains.
Hold on, because, whatever we are doing, one person may get the wind of it. And that person may be directing all attacks, not even on you, but on me.
I agree.
And that's just exactly what is happening.
What is happening between Russia and Ukraine? Why didn't they involve other countries that are giving them aid? I'm telling you, you don't involve them.
So now the microphone comes back to me. See, what I'm saying is that if I were in the shoes of Lateef Fagbemi, I will simply tell the journalist that asks me any type of question about Wike. Well, Wike is not under the radar now.
Thank God.
Let Wike speak if he's involved or not. Or when it reaches the time to ask Wike, we can hear from him. Let Fagbemi not speak for anybody, not only Wike, for anybody, but for himself.
Okay.
Maybe we would have told the president not to speak for Wike.
I think before now, in fact, until now, and even beyond now, every media caption you see 27 law pro Wike lawmakers.
Yes.
Nobody has ever argued.
Yes.
Even you have never argued.
I'm not arguing that now, but when it comes to legality, you don't join in.
Now,
I don't know if they get what is happening.
That's the way.
That's just the truth. We agree, there is some nine people, but when it comes to you want to document it, how do you factor in now?
No. Not that you have agreed there is people like that.
No, I've never denied that the 27 are not.
That's why I said anybody who acts and speaks I mean, without acknowledging that, it's just like somebody trying to hide behind one.
It just like Edison that is a major person of the Fubara. Right. Is there anything about the Supreme Court that brings Edison in?
So I have to
down.
I have to take a branch off from the Rivers issue before I open the phone lines. Let's talk about this Dangote situation. I don't know what it means. I went to buy. I think last weekend they announced further reduction in the price of petrol by 10 naira. Announced 10 naira. And when they announced it, I think I went to buy. I went to buy fuel. And we were just about it. And I told them, Dangote did not reduce price again. They said, Dangote did not reduce again, which means that he forced them to reduce before, and now this is happening. And I think I went somewhere yesterday, and somebody said that then they fight him back.
I tell you,
they are fighting him back.
That was last week now.
When this conversation started with Dangote releasing your petrol, Dangote your price, and all of those things, some person said Dangote is being clever, that he's part of the evil circles that are conspiring and so on and so forth. But we see in the short term that he's been producing petrol, the price has been able to drop
drastically.
And if he's allowed to continue to produce, price may just continue to fall.
And I think he also compensated
tanker drivers.
Yes.
We've announced price drop. Don't wait.
Yes.
We'll pay you the difference.
Yes.
Effect the change now. Well, we now Dangote has come out with a statement to say, well, for now we have to pause selling petrol in Naira.
It's all right.
Because the crude for Naira it has not worked yet.
I tell you.
The renegotiation, and the thing that is puzzling for me here is, the federal government came out to say, we have not stopped it. No, that was like 2 weeks ago or so. That we have not stopped it. It's being reviewed. The renewal is being done, so they are reviewing it to renew it.
I knew something was wrong.
Zakadedeji released that statement. NNPC released that statement. And I'm like, now this is where we are. He says, well, we're not making... In fact, he even suggests that he's incurring losses.
Yeah.
Because the government appears not to be keeping to their own terms in terms of supplies. So he's buying more and selling in Naira.
Yeah.
Selling in Naira. So he has to stop it so that he can look at his books and reconcile his books.
Of course. It's in business. Of course.
So when we look at this like this, me on one hand, I'm like, well, I thought they told us that this doesn't make any difference. It's just for the ease of transaction. If what they said is true, the dollar rate is what you're still buying. The difference is you're paying Naira. Ordinarily, one should not get worried. But if what they have said is not entirely correct, they've given us a version so that let it be that they release a statement. What does this imply for us? Sadakubo, what does this mean?
Kelly, every day these things happen and you're asking, what really exactly is... What is
the intention of people in government?
What is government? What is their intention?
They dare
to
declare state of emergency
easy for Nigerians, or to make things difficult?
Declare state of emergency.
There are places where government are struggling to, if it is possible, to make things free for everybody. And here people are making things. Government itself is the one making things difficult and more difficult, and throwing all manner of spanner in the works so that you will come back and let them have whatever. See, Dangote is here. He's a businessman. I don't know whatever business strategies he's doing. Yes, but how it affects the average Nigerian, I think that's more important to me than anything else, and anything that will make life a little bit easier for the average Nigerian. And if within this period we have seen this happen, I would have expected that government would, if possible, give him the crude free, just refine, let us. Or put your own refineries and refine now and let us have it. What's your problem? Leave him alone. Let him do his business. Build your own if that is what you want. And then refine. But in all of this, make sure that at every point in time, Nigerians get the best that can get. I think that's the whole essence of a free market economy. If there is competition, then prices will fall, and the government becomes a regulator. But here you are regulating, you are in business, and then somebody is working too hard to see how these things will fall. And
the stability that we've enjoyed for these few months, the stability, the availability of the product,
of the
product,
and then the gradual. I wouldn't go with
maybe not drastically.
Drastic. It's not, but gradually, marginally, it is coming down, and we're able to. If you take 2,000, then now you can get more than 2 liters. Time was when you won't get up to 1.5 liters. Yes, we know, but now things appear to be marginally getting down, and we're hopeful that Nigerians are beginning to okay, can we really expect something? What about Kelly? What of the CNG?
No, I'm not here of them again. So it seems like a stale gist.
It's not expensive, more far expensive than PMS and diesel. So I just shocked.
What is this government doing? Only to mount it. When they come out, they tell you, "Oh, inflation is dropping. Oh, food prices are dropping." Which food price is dropping? Kelly, as we speak today, one bowl of what is it called? Pepper is 100 naira. One.
Yes.
One.
Before you used to have like 5 in that one. 500 naira.
What are we talking about? And then they keep telling you, when they come out, they keep telling you things that are making it look like you live elsewhere. And then they are telling you things that you are not affected. So it is so terrible that we are where we are. And then government, instead of making things easy for us, are the ones that are making things so difficult and still tell us that they care about what happens to the Nigerian people. Why not declare even a state of emergency if you have to declare a state of emergency at all? Declare a state of emergency.
Have they not done that in education?
Well, perhaps I'm alone. I said it that yes, Dangote has helped tremendously in bringing out the price and all the sufferings associated with the hunt of petroleum products. Yes, especially on this PMS. Dangote has done a lot. And that is why we always clamor for many persons to enter into business. Because if you allow one person, he will use his hand and enthrone himself and then subjugate others. In fact, he will sit on top of them. Who was that athlete that they sat on some time ago on his neck and he died? That's how the lone person will sit on others.
He wasn't an athlete. Wasn't an athlete.
George Floyd.
George Floyd, good. Whoever he was, but at least you understand who I'm talking about. But I tell you, Dangote's mind also is not very clear. And soon, it starts with this, you see, what they call Naira for whatever, has ended or whatever, that is now saying is a pause. There will be pausing. Even if he goes to NNPC today, NNPC will tell you a different thing. That they are still, don't know, it's continuing. See, both Dangote and NNPC, we don't have transparency in the operations. And that is why we shall be running between transparency and opacity in these things. And once it comes to opacity, we start fidgeting. What is the price going to be again? Meanwhile, it was done, we were happy. That was transparency. And then when it reaches, when Dangote just seizes any little obstruction, either he goes up. I said that much here, and I'm still expecting it to be happening. Because NNPC itself, his own is ruled out because it's part of government. Government don't want anybody to benefit from whatever they are doing. That's one thing. They don't. In fact, when you are crying and drying like bones, it makes those in authority happy.
What does it make them?
That is why you see people go and collect so much and help in voting them in. Because if you are satisfied, if you are self-sufficient, you don't even want any position in government. You buy your gari, you buy your, like Opaka is talking about pepper, being 100. Is it good to hear? Now, if you can buy all those things because business is booming for you and every other person, nobody worries. But right now, when they have squeezed you into their mold, and what you'll only do is getting into that their mold, and now they'll bring, take that 50,000. Thank you very much, and you fall down. That's what government wants. And that is what is killing Nigerian politics. So, you see this thing. If, for instance, the crude for whatever that it could be bought in, Naira, if it's finishing, for instance, that arrangement, what prevents NNPC, which I also, whether they call it NNPCL or whatever, all I know is it represents federal government. What prevents them from renewing that? So that Dangote
seamlessly.
That's what I'm saying. So that Dangote could be making people breathe down. But this one, they want that heart attack to hold the people. They want it. You see, this boy or this man, we had opened the way so that he will be complying with what we are doing. Okay, so he wants to prove that he's more righteous than us. We are going to squeeze him. And that's what is happening. So if you people are believing Dangote and the NNPC, I don't have any belief. If it comes out good, fine, we take it. If it comes out bad, I am not expecting any good any day. Nigerian government, no, that's the way they want it.
Kelly, there is one thing that a lot of us have not really asked. I know that some persons are tired of asking because our questions have hit the rock and without any response. In fact, Nigerians with too much questions have become syrup with too much litigations. Now, if we were to still ask and get response, I want to ask. I thought the Nigerian government made us believe that the crude we produce has been mortgaged further from the previous administration.
No, they keep denying it. It's analysts that insist that that's the situation. That NNPCL does not have the capacity to deliver the quantum of crude that they say they can deliver because they have mortgaged that. It's most analysts that say, but the NNPC, they come out to always insist that they have crude, that they've been supplying crude to local refiners, and they don't intend to stop.
But you see, the politics that is in NNPC is worse than the normal politics in the political firmament. Because if you understand, even till some of us frowned at this, we have realized that the government let me tell you, a lot of things in the economic is clinched to one. A lot of things. It's just like Opaka is saying, this few period that as at yesterday, I think I was able to buy for eight something. Yeah. As at yesterday, I think
I bought 890.
890
in the last
884. I bought in one of the filling stations.
884.
Yes.
Yesterday I bought 888.
Yeah, I bought 884. Yeah, yes. I bought 884.
No,
87.
See us talk about 8 for 1 liter of petrol.
You know what? You see, it may be so bad from where we were, but from where we are coming from, that's why I use that word drastic. Because I know that nothing goes up in Nigeria and come down the way the fuel price has gone. Nothing goes up to the point we bought at 1,300, right? At 1,300. So when you look at 1,300 to 8 something we are getting now, you will discover that indeed nothing in Nigeria, even till that festive hike, a lot of things goes up. It doesn't come down so fast like this one has gone. So I see that is really annoying. If not for Dangote, I tell you by now we would have gotten that mark that a lot of persons envisage that will get to that.
Probably would have got to 2,000.
That's what I'm saying.
Per liter.
That's what I'm saying.
With NNPCL.
Yes. We would have gotten there.
Probably would have hit 2,000.
Yes. So the frustration they gave to... See, Dangote is even having the shock absorber to deal with this somersault kind of system we have in business. Yes, I don't blame him. He's there for profit as a businessman. He has tried to do what he can do to ameliorate the suffering of Nigerians. But the federal government is just squeezing him. Because frankly speaking, you don't expect me to go to Aba with the high cost of transportation, with the high cost of goods there at Aba, the so-called wholesale that was supposed to be very lower for me. I now buy almost at the retail cost and come to Port Harcourt and you expect me to sell it because
wholesale price.
It's not possible. It's not possible. The man is there for business. From the little we have seen. See, let me tell you, from that period, the federal government, NMPC, in fact, decided not to inform Nigerians when it was obvious Dangote was giving us a position. This is it. The federal government only came from their own angle. This is not true. What is the truth? Dangote said you are selling for him at this cost. You said that's not true. What is the position that you give to Nigerians to know that this is the price I gave to him? So he doesn't have the right to say this is what is you are giving and this is what is selling. They were playing the hanky-panky. And I heard Kelly clearly sometime 2 weeks ago when this whole thing came up. I heard Kelly clearly when Dangote started dropping and dropping. And whenever Dangote drops, a week after, NNPC will also follow. So you are forcing
them under pressure.
You are forcing them. When they are thinking
under pressure.
When they are thinking, oh, okay, one naira is okay. If it drops to this and I drop to this, I could still be making 1 naira. While you are yet to balance, it drops again. And you discover that even the 50 kobo you're supposed to make, it has dropped below you getting that. They got upset. That's just the truth.
And yet, this is government that should even be
cheaper.
That's just the truth. They don't want to subsidize anything for us. Imagine when they said they've removed subsidy. Imagine when they said they've removed subsidy. You've removed subsidy, meaning the independent marketers can freely go into the international market, operate and come back. Then you still want to tell us, as at that time, that you want to regulate. I go international community after exchange of FX, buy my goods, then come to Naira to now just suppose, oh, if I sell this amount, then you come as government to regulate what I know now. So that's why, see, from time here, we've known that the government of the day is not sincere. And I don't know. That's why I think recently the court gave Dangote a judgment.
No, not yet. The judgment has not been delivered.
It has not been delivered, but concerning that importation.
They only dismissed an appeal by the NNPC.
An
appeal by the NNPC.
That's why I say it's a it's not an obvious judgment, but it's a good one for Dangote that he took the NNPCL to court and they dismissed.
It's still a long way off.
I know at one point they as a government they might have their way. But Dangote might have his say. And that's what is currently happening. For Dangote to have come out to tell you now that I can no longer continue this. He feels, imagine during the Christmas period, he drops. During the Ramadan. I was expecting that if not for what is currently going on, this current Ramadan, before their fasting will be over, he will drop again. I was certain he will drop. Imagine something that an individual is doing that ought to be the responsibility of government. What you cannot do, even till the NNPC filling station, the Port Harcourt and Co., it was still the Dangote that forced them.
The thing is, it should have been the reverse. They were supposed to be the ones to put
to do this pressure. One, yes.
Under pressure.
Not a private man putting a whole government under pressure. And instead of you to accept the challenge, you are frustrating the man.
Because you can't match him.
You can't match him. That's just the truth. Overnight, the Port Harcourt refinery started working. Why?
They can't match him. So we have an instrument. The truth of the matter is, it doesn't seem to me like Dangote is going to suffer in any way. Because
of course now
he can afford to import
and give you the cost.
He can import the product. If you want to buy from him, you buy the dollar rate.
Simple.
You will buy the dollar rate, and then when they buy the dollar rate, they will now set their price. Based on that, the exchange rate set it and then sell. So,
Kelly, do you know one thing that even baffles me that I want to ask?
And that could pose another problem.
Of course, now
they will now begin to announce different rates.
Of course,
since they are now buying from him at dollar rate now, so they can say, this is how much we bought. By then the exchange rate is 10 naira lower. This one is 50 naira higher. So and so. You go to see.
Well, see, man, we are the activists. They have turned politicians. Where are the for a long while now? I will be telling you there is stability in that sector, the petroleum sector. Nobody talks anything again.
Huge stability.
Kelly, to the point I went to buy LPG. That's LPG is far higher than petrol.
LPG is gas now. Cooking.
Yes.
I noticed it dropped. I bought on.
Dropped where? It's 1,500.
Okay, I usually buy 12.5 kg. It used to be around almost 17,000.
What? I said I bought some 2 days ago. 1,500 per kg.
Maybe it's where you bought from.
Except for the
because I know that
it doesn't come down. It's just climbing.
I know where I buy from. There's a drop in price.
To how much?
It's maybe like less by 1,500 or so.
When was that?
Less
by 1,500. I don't understand.
1,005.
Less by 1,005.
No, I buy 12.5. Was almost 17,000. But my last purchase was just around 15,000.
That's the point I'm making now. He said 2 days ago. That's why I had to keep quiet. I think I bought about 2 weeks.
Okay. Yeah, I bought like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I bought 2 days ago.
And it came down to, it used to be 1,350. 50 naira was gone. I bought 1,300.
I bought 2 days ago at 1,005.
So if it is 2 days ago, then
it has gone up again.
Maybe something has happened.
When the guy was feeling it, I was just looking at him.
Sorry.
But my dear, see, let me tell you the truth, God. You see government over here. Sometimes I ask myself, what is their plan? Whatever that will favor.
Isn't that the same government that just announced a state of emergency in River State?
That's why I said, where are the activists? They've all turned politicians. Any decision of government, that's where they all put their life, because they know now this one now that betters the real life that directly affects the people. Nobody is talking.
We have to open the phone lines. Let's take some reactions today on the conversations. 0817 00 951.
I give them 48 hours.
I wish you were. 0810 9510951 and 0817 000951. Again, 0817 000951, 0810951091. Those are the numbers to call. You remember you have 60 seconds. Good morning, Today 95.1.
Oh, good morning.
Morning, sir.
My name is Amadi, calling from Port Harcourt.
Please go on.
Yes, between this suspension that has been going on in River State, we all are here and we have been watching how it has been going. Today, you were calling yesterday. Was there nobody backing the governor of all his action? All his action that he has been doing and all the rest. I think so many of them have been backing him and all the rest. So when two people happen to be in the ring, you have who will support you and who will not support you. So I think the governor has misled the River people, and this is where we are. So maybe when he comes back, he should retrace his step if there is coming back. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, my name is Innocent. I'm calling from Port Harcourt. Yeah, Kelly, I want to tell you that anybody that is in support of the imposition of emergency crisis in River State, that person is an enemy of River State. And also, that person is an enemy of the
Oga. I know you. Yes, you feel the way you feel, but people have their rights. People have their rights.
I'm also saying my rights. I'm also saying my mind.
Okay. So if someone else told you that you are an enemy of River State because you hold this position, you won't be right now. We don't want chaos.
That would be the person's own opinion.
We don't. The difference is that you're on air, and I have a duty to make sure that we don't run mad. It's my duty.
Okay, sir. Okay, take it.
Thank you. Can you kindly retract it? Can you retract it, please?
Yes, I retract it.
Thank you.
If you look at what the AGF said, all the reasons, for me, I completely disagree with it. I'm also exonerating the former governor of River State. How can he exonerate the former governor of River State? And one of your guests is there. And I think he doesn't know the position of the former governor of River State.
Oh, yeah, no, sorry. Let's go. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome, sir.
Really.
Morning to you and the guests in the house.
Good morning.
Morning.
Let me just say something about this state of emergency. To me, I feel it's a script that is playing out. You see, when the House of Assembly members move and they serve an impeachment notice, they feel it's going to be one way something. But when they see that that cannot be possible, they result in self-help because to the best of my knowledge is self-help and tell their Ogadia to declare state of emergency. But whatever a man is doing in life, God is watching. I know, and I know very well. But from the little I see or I heard from people that the governor is doing, I feel it's not that for the distraction that he has been distracted here and here. He should have done better than what he has even done. So why can't the people give this man a chance? Though he has passed that level now, but I pray that this suspension will come an end. And the good thing that God has in plan for us through Governor Fubara must come to fulfillment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution. Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you speak up, please?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Better. Please go on.
My name is Maduka. Well, in all of this, I want to say governors will now reinvigorate this media thing. I will advise that multiple people not to just to call in the radio. Because there are so many loopholes, media-wise, that is lacking, that we counter so many things. Not just be on the defense, always on the defense. No. Because how can you, in this space, say you will not call the Minister of FCT? And just say, do that then have a app? And you mean up to today, nobody has come to say no. Look, Mr. Attorney General, you are not correct. These are the facts. Even if yes, Supreme Court will not, have you forgotten that? The minister said, is it only some people that can bust pipe?
Okay.
And the parent can bust pipe. Somebody can bust pipe. A guy can bust pipe. And we all know their citizens that if it is Niger Delta, that is not their territory. And somebody said this, and the Attorney General did not mention the body can only quote what the governor said.
Madiba.
What are we talking here?
Thank you. That's the time. Thank you so much. Phone line still open. Take those reactions. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, sir.
Abid Dara from Port Harcourt. Please, before I forget, I hope the 27 lawmaker loyal to Wike, I hope what they say about accepting the sole administrator, I hope it's not torturing, like it's not AI. Because tomorrow, they will still deny, just like they were denied, they did not defend. Like you mentioned about the scum caller, you say you shouldn't go that far because I know you have the power to monitor, to control what you say here. The truth is that there is no how you will understand that what is going on in times of this emergency, that is not democratic, and it's not fair, and it will stand. And that is just the truth. Not by violence. And Flora will remain the best governor of the university. He will still come back and complete his 8 years. Even this month, they are denying him.
Okay.
He will still complete after 8 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Today 95.1. We lost the call. Please call us back if you can. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, my name is Charles. I'm calling from Accra.
Okay.
Kelly, on this issue of declaration in River State, I believe I think for the new sole administrator coming in, I think I have an advice that will bring these two parties together. That what he will do, that the two parties will come together, there will be peace in River State. And what is that?
you can see that the new sole administrator is from Cross River State. When he comes in, he should either who you call commissioner works, all those things, maybe the commissioner for works from Ogun State, maybe commissioner for information from Anambra. So just leave all these people, nominate people from all those things. You will see that these two people will come together because they will not take it, and Rivers people will not take it. The two, all of them will come together to fight that their people
all right.
will take control. So that's what my own solution.
That's a suggestion. Okay, thank you. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Kelly, Chief Indukwe, and the guests in the studio. A blessed one to you and a bad one to all the bad politicians and wrong men who are passing wrong decree and not following our constitution. Mr. Kelly, you see, it is quite shameful that in the 21st century, people who, one way or the other, in a crooked way, find themselves in the helm of affairs, will be carrying out, will throw our constitution in the trash bin, and will be keeping quiet. Due process has not been actualized, and so many people are already accepting the also administration or administrator here in the state, whereby the National House of Assembly have not sit down to form quorum that will implement that purpose, and their Jagaba has violated every sense of our constitution right from the day even after the election. I wonder why Supreme Court will be backing such kind of illegality, and even though the NJC has come out to say that is very wrong, yet they are still kind of this process in their crooked gymnastic way of trying to maneuver the people of Rivers. I tell you.
Today 95. Oh, we lost the call. Please call us back if you can. Sam, we tried now. We even gave you extra one. All those that are greeting will not count and put. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, Frank. Please go on.
Yeah, I get all your guests in this. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, let me react on the comment that our sole administrator that he will work with all the stakeholders to restore peace in the state. It's a good comment. And I want to advise him also, let him be neutral. His neutrality will help us, we the people that we are suffering now. And for the comment of Amechi is not different from Tinubu. In 2014, Amechi closed down court. That is judiciary. So that was the answer of making that statement now. If he can close down court, he can as well also even say there will not be state. So all of them, they are the same according to Ndukwe. Ndukwe, you have said my mind. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, Frank, thank you so much. Let's do 2 more calls and then we'll read messages. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly and your guest.
Welcome, sir.
I've been on the Gladwell, calling from Buguma City in Atayta local government. Mr. Kelly, let me first of all comment on Amishi, the former governor of Rivers State. I remember vividly 2007. Amishi, the former governor, I respected him so much because only primary that he did, and he won in the primary, they did not win in general election. Some else person may have won in general election. Yes, the Supreme Court gave him victory. Justice Kafinalo gave him victory. Now Amishi is product of the Supreme Court. Otherwise, that election would have been cancelled, but Amishi became victorious. Lastly, the sole administration said, what he said is absolutely true. We need peace in Rivers State. You brought me. Now look at what happened. This similar October, they outgoing or the suspended governor that we see to some of us. All these things wouldn't have happened. This is the creation of Rivers State. 1969, at this is now. We've never had this embarrassment in Rivers State. If you look at the embarrassment, the governor is suspended. Look at what is happening in Rivers State. It's a shame to Rivers people. God bless you. I know they will bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Today FM.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. Brother, this is Dima. I'm calling from Bonny Island.
Okay.
You see, you know why these things that are happening and are happening this way? It is because no president in Nigeria has been tried after his reign. Because they all do whatever thing they feel is right for them, not to the constitution or the people of Nigeria, and they go scot-free.
look at the amount of illegalities that President Buhari committed. He stayed for 8 years. He has left. Nobody is calling him name. Nobody is doing anything against him. What about Obasanjo and the rest of them? If any president has been tried after his reign, after his tenure, honestly, they will all be careful of what they do during their reign as the president. He just wake up one morning and did something that is not in the constitution.
Okay.
Against the constitution of the Republic of Nigeria. Yes.
Okay.
Are you not hearing me?
Your time is almost up. Your time is up, so I need to conclude.
Okay, now I'm running up now because you know that nothing will be done to you. That's justice.
All
if
right.
anyone has been tried, they will be careful to do where they are in, while they're on seats. Thank you.
Thank you so much, D-Man, for calling. Let's read messages. Good morning, Kelly. What's up? The AGF is not saying the truth. People are not dying here in River State because of the crisis. People are only dying because of the harsh and insensitive policies of Tinubu's rule. Secondly, the oil money is their major interest, not the people. Finally, he said Wiki is not involved. He lied eloquently. Pastor Vincent, you sent that one. Thank you so much for your contribution. Let's, I'm reading from those starting from those that sent the earliest, and making our way up. Of course, we can't read everything. We'll just try. The president has committed a political blunder. He was ill-advised. I believe that the National Assembly will do the needful by rejecting the confirmation of the presidential proclamation of a state of emergency. Dr. Godwin Iheanacho sent that message. Thank you. Good morning, Kelly. My name is Joe. C305, Section 305 said it is emergency rule. Dictionary meaning of emergency rule is a time of martial law completely out of democratic norms where all democratic institutions are suspended. When this happens, the implication is that the executive and legislature who cannot act until the law is lifted are temporarily suspended. Joe, go and look at the Constitution again. Even this one you are saying, the president has even faulted you because the person that he appointed as sole administrator is not a military man, he's an ex-military man. Go and check the Constitution. Go and check. Even don't leave Constitution, Joe. Ibok. He's ex-military, former naval admiral. So all this grammar you're speaking from me, I don't understand them. But thank you for your contribution. In my opinion, the major reason why President Tinubu declared a civil emergency in River State is to have control over River State. But Nigerians should be aware that they have a civil military president in power. Brighter from Woji sent that one. In my view, people keep saying that the president has no right to suspend the governor, yet the president has sworn in the sole administrator and also released funds to him. Nigerians should forget plenty speaking of English and resist Tinubu's negative plans. Zeus from Rukboku. Okay. Good morning, Kelly. What's happening in River State is a clear indication that we have a very porous democratic system. MC Shadi. Well, that one is obvious now. It's not the same thing that Tinubu did and that got us where we are with our West African brothers. Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali now. That decided that they were going to leave the West African bloc. The same kind of situation.
Ghana is now.
No, Niger now. Niger, Mali, and it's not Benin. Right?
It's not Benin. Join them.
Oh, Benin wants to join them. Okay. Melody Uniport, I agree with Falana and all well-meaning people. Where is Tinubu getting all this power? The Governors Forum and even National Assembly should know that the illegal cane used to flog Governor Fubara could be phantomly used against them if allowed to stand. Phantom crisis can easily be created in disguise of emergency. Okay, Tinubu is just testing the waters. And if not checked, even Wike and lawmakers could easily be stripped of Rivers' political structures. All right, Melody sent that message. Greetings, Mr. Kelly and Chief Ndukwe and the intellectual panelists. I'm in pains. I'm angry for the suspension of the governor, the deputy, and the House of Assembly. I may not have a problem with the state of emergency, but why not suspend Wike, the originator of the problem in River State? You are punishing people for not following the rule. Why you are not fair to follow the rule yourself? The young Alhaji, a.k.a. United Fashion Designer, Thank you so much for your contribution. Let's do 5 more from here, and then we'll switch to the other platform. Our state of emergency morning, Kelly and the panelists in the studio. It's quite unfortunate what has befallen the administration of SIM. The governor failed to use a long spoon since he chose to dine with the devil. How many public officials who have been suspended in Nigeria has ever made it back to their positions? I can assure Reversible that the governor and his deputy are gone, just like Subsidy, Otilo. Simply Goodness from Alakaya sent that message. You feel that way too, that it's gone? According to the president, governor's threats made by some group to oil facilities. However, can we also rule out a setup by his opponents to instigate or precipitate this emergency? From Kano. Good morning, gentlemen in the studio. Lawmakers' letters to their constituents. I have few words for them and their master. When we become very possessive in nature, sometimes we don't know what we are doing to achieve anything at any cost. Our mindsets aim to destroy things at once. We loot and burn things, only to discover them in ashes. We turn very violent, and what's the net result? Johnson from Omuma sent this message. The state of emergency and impeachment notice to the governor, Fubara, are birds of same feather, predetermined by FCT Minister Wike and President Tinubu. The action of President Tinubu is premeditated, and it seems to me that Fubara may resume work only if he agrees to allow Wike to control the state resources. I suggest to Fubara to be strong and stay on the side of truth. John Owagugo sent this message. Destruction of national oil facilities is a reason for the emergency rule. My thinking, going by the kind of dirty politics played in River State, is it not possible that the FCT minister and his group could have orchestrated the blast just to prove their point? Ab initio. Harry, send this one. It's an allegation. Even the blind knows that there is speciality in what is happening in River State. One man controlling the state. J.D. Osuji sent that message. So I have 2 more from here. Will Governor Fubara's tenure be extended by 6 months if he comes back to office? Henry, Port Harcourt. It's a tenured office. This point is, it's a tenured office. You suspend him by 6 months. If he returns, he's supposed to serve an extra 6 months. Okay.
6 months would have been removed also.
Who removes it?
You mean?
Who removes it?
Just the course has been taken.
Okay. Who removes it? He's elected as governor to serve for 4 years.
Yes.
You suspend him for 6 months without a constitutional backing for your action.
But the 6 months is not abstract.
The 6 months is not abstract.
It's not abstract. It's still part of his tenure.
He's not in office. He cannot perform the functions of a governor.
Let me give you an instance. When Amechi came in, all that Omehia served was still added in the one Amechi had. He didn't say complete 8 years.
No, but in the case of Amechi, the Supreme Court was clear that your tenure doesn't start now. It's a continuation of Omehia's tenure. It's not the same. Let me not say it's not. It may not be the same.
No, why it is not the same is this. For Amechi's case, he was even to go to court, but he chose to actually move along with.
And his best is didn't go.
Now, because the constitution, by that constitution, your tenure starts the day you take your oath of office.
That's true.
So if Mayor's own was to count, Amechi wouldn't have taken his own oath of office. Separate from this, he probably would have just continued. But he took his oath of office, so his tenure started the day he took his oath of office.
But practically, how many years did Amechi do?
No, wait now. When it was winding down and the general election was coming, and they were saying, the tenure is ending and all that, Amechi himself was the one who, I don't know whether he ever even started it, but didn't push through. And then at the end of the day, he decided to just go along with the general election.
Who will add it? If, for instance, where will another 6 months come to add
but
to his tenure?
It will now, the onus will be on the person who is the victim to go to court.
That's it.
The onus is not on me. The onus will be on the person who is the victim to go to court to say this happened to me. My tenure has been reduced by 6 months. Yeah. What is the court saying about this? Okay. It's not Kelly or any other person that will say it. It's a victim.
No, it can't be Kelly because Kelly was not.
When at that time, I did not play his own this thing for this thing. It was his own responsibility. It was his own. It was either say no, my tenure has not ended, so you cannot. I cannot be. I mean, Rivers State wouldn't be part of this election, governorship election at this time. But he didn't do that. INEC put it out and he let it go.
Well,
okay.
So he didn't do 4 years, as it were.
Let me read the final WhatsApp message and leave here. Kela Nogaima, Uche from Wachuku from Ngboba. Uche Wachuku from Ngboba. Right from October 23, 2023, the plan of Wike and the 27 lawmakers has been to remove Fubara from office. He said their attackman, Antonio Kocha, has been shouting for state of emergency in Rivers State since then. Wike himself, in different fora, has said he would make Rivers State ungovernable for Fubara. The president's 8-point directive tallied with the Supreme Court judgment, meaning they are all working together, and that's how you feel. So when I keep hearing this theory that Fubara may not come back, I don't know what's the possible scenario that they could get him to resign. Could that be the possible scenario? Or they keep the emergency rule for 2 years?
Kelly, anything is possible. If you go back to when Obasanjo declared state of emergency in Plateau State, Jonah Jang, Joshua Darie, it was also the same scenario. What happened to become 2 years? Yeah, Joshua, he did not come back. If you remember vividly, the state of emergency was to be 3 months initial, but extended, and this ended up for 2 years, and the election was conducted. So sometimes when things happen like this, that's why I listen to you keenly, that the social media is one place where you may forget what you do today, and tomorrow it pops up, just like what I was following up yesterday. I saw on social media what happened during the Goodluck Jonathan era, that he made that pronouncement of the state of emergency, and I listened clearly to his statement and that of Ruben Abate, who was then the presidential spokesperson. I never knew that such video is still in somebody's archive. So that also Plateau State came up.
Anything is possible.
Of course, so you will not be pushing anybody's opinion towards that aside.
I also said I feel that way strongly.
No, a lot of persons
for me, why I feel that way is this. Like I asked the question, what is this thing actually supposed to solve? The state of emergency cannot solve a political problem.
Let's even imagine a scenario. Let's imagine a scenario that the bombings don't continue. Let's imagine a scenario that the bombings don't continue. Would the state of emergency be necessary?
This man said he had already to save Fubara's impeachment. But is that dark clouds over? They are waiting.
There was also the AGF also made.
And Kelly,
did you hear that?
No, he said now it's River State. Now it's that's the precedent.
Yes,
that's the precedent that the president's action connotes.
Yes.
Now it's River State. It might be
exactly
another state.
Political
did not manage.
It might be another state. So
because governor, just be careful. If you want to come,
we'll come after you. I will get you.
The facilities he went to Bayelsa. So when I listened to him, it's like pre-warning other states.
Well, Kelly, for me, you see, I do not know whether Fubara will come back or not. But one thing is certain: if the crop of assemblymen and women are still there, and he comes back, impeachment will go back. And if they impeach him, is it still not the same thing? So if this particular not coming back may be voluntary. Fubara may look at it and say, what kind of thing is this? It goes this way.
I suspect so.
So that's resign.
Yes, he
I
resigns.
suspect so too.
Okay.
Either they force him,
or himself forces himself.
With some conditions.
If he doesn't,
what condition?
we have this.
But of course, they could give him certain conditions now. If you want to come back, there are certain conditions you must abide by.
But the forces against him, those who don't want to, who have said
if they are
we
still
will
there,
remove you, have not changed their position.
They will remove,
and
still
they said their
remove
position will never change.
It's just like that 8-point agenda. If the president just like we were speaking of air, frankly, if the president wishes to handle this thing on a neutral position, you could guess it.
The president is biased, obviously.
But he has
He's an interested party.
Clearly, definitely. But he has made one thing now to exonerate himself. On
the declaration of the state of emergency. Don't you see the matters of
now? You see where he has exonerated himself.
The speed.
Is that earlier peace move. That's why he was responding to Pandef. That when
but the same earlier peace move which you just cited now, it was tainted with bias.
Seriously,
it was tainted with bias.
So that's like what
you've not given to House of National Assembly members. You've not done everything with them. Fiam Ebas is appointed.
Another thing we don't know.
Now that the
assembly is not. Is it that their function will be taken over by the National Assembly?
Yes, now it's clear now.
Not National Assembly, according to the president.
This is what Tinubu
is even
he said if Ibas, Rear Admiral retired, Ibas needs regulations. He cannot make new laws,
but regulations.
But if he needs regulations, he has to get it ratified by the FEC. The FEC will not be acting alone. They will be acting with the National Assembly for that ratification.
Nigeria.
Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. Listening to the AGF, I was lost in that biased and shameful interview. Condemnations are not enough with it, actions. Since the president has no powers to do what he did, Fubara would have responded with civil or constitutional resistance. Wouldn't have vacated the government house in the first place with the people of River State. Mr. Dennis, send that message. No, they won't kill him. He's still... but they won't kill him, as for. All right, I'm reading some of your messages now via the traditional text channel, so let me call up a few more. Good morning, Kelly. I want to ask, where is Matawale, who boasted how they will contend the military? Only just 2 explosions, and they are blaming Fubara instead of the service chiefs and Ribaju. Okay. The AGF is only doing his duty to protect his job and his master, but the truth remains that Tinubu has no right to unseat elected governor. As for the sole administrator, we already know his mission. Mr. Lucky, he sent that one. Good morning, Kelly. Okay. MC Shedi, I see your message on WhatsApp. I read it. Good morning, Kelly. And the panelists, Latif Agbemi, a statement was baseless and biased. The pipeline is a national asset and has been contracted to a private security company known as Tantitia. If anything happens to the facility, how is it the business of the governor? Mr. Auju, you sent this one. Good morning, Kelly and the respected man in the studio. I want to ask, does it mean that no other news to give us again? For now, sorry, no other news of significance. Sorry. Except the state of emergency. Sorry. Suspensions, Wike and Sim every day. Meanwhile, people are dying of hunger. Sorry. Austin George, Port Harcourt. When you have political instability, it affects every other thing. And this one, at the level which is happening, there's no way mainstream media will be pushing. If I brought other stories, even you tell me, Kelly, are you okay? Are you all right? Anyway, we talked about Natasha now. I brought a story about Natasha. Court has vacated the ex parte order. We also brought you about Dangote refinery. And I read, you see the papers. Now, we didn't discuss it, but I read it now. I do not believe Tinubu allowed himself to be used to do this illegality in Rivers. I'm embarrassed by the president doing this after securing a Supreme Court that governors do not have legal right to sack or suspend elected LGA chairmen and councillors. Tinubu should be sincere to himself. If Fubara were a member of the APC, would he have declared a state of emergency and suspended him? Mr. Law sent this one. Thank you. A few more from here. We, Rivers State people, reject the state of emergency imposed by President Tinubu. We appeal that the emergency order be reversed immediately before unexpected things begin to manifest that would engulf the South-South region. A terrible thing that will not be palatable to even the masterminds. Manager Sir Festus Stigmani sent this one. Good morning, Kelly and my fathers in the studio. On hearing Tinubu laying all the accusations on the governor yesterday, exactly what you said this morning came to my mind. With the little knowledge I have in a democratic setting, and I asked myself, how can an elected president suspend another democratically elected arm of government? This single act by the president has simply proven to us how he now sees himself as a military dictator. Mr. Ibe from Ikpolo sent this one. Jean Oibo, I don't know what you're talking about, so let me leave you. In my view, it's more honorable and better for Governor Fubara to be impeached than this disgraceful suspension that he was given. I really pity Nigerian masses because the people in power have negative plans for them. John from Rukwaku. 2 more from here. Fubara will return to office soon. No to politics of Godfatherism in Rivers State. Rivers State cannot be like Lagos State. There are many ethnic groups in Rivers, unlike Lagos with Yorubas alone. The love, you sent that one. Good morning, Kelly. Current situation in Rivers State is allegedly a thought-out plan which started from the Supreme Court's judgment. Supreme Court, okay, you said I'm planning, Pastor Vincent. I'm sure I've read a message from you on the WhatsApp channel. I think you are the first now. Talking about the statement credited to the AGF, there's no justifiable reason for the president's action. The president decided to choose the path of dictatorship instead of constitutional democracy. By this, I may say he is biased, not sincere, and economical with the truth. Elkena from Port Harcourt. I have to leave here. Let's go to Facebook. I heard the South governors have released a statement. If I can read parts of it, I will before we go. The South governors, I heard, have released a statement. So if I can take some parts of that statement, I will. Yesterday, the PDP governors equally released a statement on that. Okay. I also heard that Atiku is supposed to have a world press conference today on the same issue. Okay, so I'm reading from Real Talk this morning on Facebook. A.B. King Ugochukwu, if Nigeria were to be a lawful country, impeachment of the president must have begun because the declaration of emergency rule in Rivers State is unconstitutional. Well, this is politics of desperation. Tinubu wants to secure his second term by hook or crook. Okay. Peter Peters, AGF needs to be sued for accusing Fubara without an evidence. Sumeri Wokoma, the AGF did not say the truth. He should go to court so that to prove the allegations. Imor Dan, under Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, the president can't declare a state of emergency in Nigeria or any part of the country under specific conditions. Okay, you're listing the conditions, you're listing them. A formal request, okay. Question, which one Governor Sim fall into? Is Governor Fubara pipeline surveillance? I thought there are people paid to secure our pipelines. If anything happens to our pipeline, I suggest all the pipeline surveillance should be blamed, not the governor. All right, that's your position. Thank you. Thank God ability Atubo, as long as the suspension of the governor and his deputy is unconstitutional, there's nothing for the National Assembly to ratify. The situation we find ourselves in Rivers State has awakened us to speak out and condemn the evil going on in the state. Chidi Everly, is the AGF not seeing? He who alleges must prove. Let the AGF come up with evidence. We want to know how Fubara teleguided militants to blow up pipelines. Olowu John, good morning. It is not surprising that the AGF would accuse the governor of Rivers State. I am sure the weakling and corrupt government of his principal will blame the governors for the insurgents ravaging states in the north for being responsible for that. It is clear their interest is the soul of Rivers State resources. Okay. Chisara David, as one who's been there and how he was booted out during his quest for the presidency, I agree with him. It is ordinary if you have someone who mentored you to be in opposition to feel he's sabotaging your effort, just like his predecessor has shown. Or say just like precedence has shown. Who knows the next move of the president? I don't see this crisis ending anytime soon. Yeriso Oibo, thank you, Cottrell. Let's just agree that the supporters of our amiable governors blew up the pipeline, but does it worth declaring a state of emergency? It's obvious the president has been the brain behind the FCT minister's behavior. What do you expect, or what do we expect from the AGF that drafted the judgment of the Supreme drafted? Ross, make I leave you. Matthias, John, you see, stop being emotional. It's actually wrong to use illegality to correct another illegality. The situation in Rivers State is unfortunate and unregrettable. But true, the governor messed up first. He brought down the House of Assembly building. What's that? Did you see the same quantity of beta reaction circulating at the same velocity? Okay. It just goes on. You know, social media is interesting. Prince Chima, Wiki Attorney General and Tinubu have personal interest in Rivers State. How will President rush to declare state of emergency when true investigation was not carried out? We all know that pipelines are guarded by soldiers and surveillance team. He never investigated them or passed through National Assembly to get the order of a state of emergency. Then the contributions continue, but I have to move on now. General Post, Dr. Mrs. Mao Libera from Owerri sent this some 5 hours ago. Like Jimmy Cliff sang, take a look at the mirror and tell me what you see. Nigerians, take a look, a moral, spiritual, and clinical look at our leaders at various levels of governance in this country and tell me what you see. I now remember when leaders, true leaders, were seen as second gods by their people, when they were the truth personified, whose pronouncements were accepted canons. Fish, Chooks, right from, okay, I think I read this message already. Olowu John, read a message from you. Joseph Oka, the emergency rule in Rivers State is timely because the governor would have been impeached and nothing would have happened because it is there in the Constitution. So this is a disguised reprieve for him. Again, we shouldn't expect anything contrary from National Assembly. They even said their leadership was on the known before the emergency rule declaration. Was on the know before the emergency rule declaration. Comrade Iceberg, statement coming from Ibas to ensure that he will restore peace and order in Rivers. My question to him, are we experiencing unrest here in the state? Which peace is it really talking about? He should enjoy the resources of the state with his friends and allow time to correct all these vindictive abnormalities created by the president and his FCT minister, Comrade Yemadu Charles. I have to leave here. Let's look at X real quick. Okay, let me just read this. The PDP South Governor's statement on the suspension of Governor Fubara. Just give me a moment to go through it, and then I'll just read some contributions from here. The South Governors Forum has called for the reversal of the state of emergency in Rivers State that was declared by President Tinubu. The statement issued today was signed by the chairman of the forum, Governor Donye Diri of Bayelsa State in Yenagoa, the state capital. To reduce tensions and establish a foundation for enduring peace, we propose the rescission of state of emergency. The forum also called for dialogue as a path forward and encourage all parties to remain calm, uphold peace and the constitution of the country. In the meantime, we encourage all parties to remain calm. Okay, that's part of the statement. The time for dialogue is now. Is dialogue still on the table? For someone like Yason Wike, is dialogue still on the table? Well, I guess we have to wait to find out. X 1 or 2, it's already 11:23, so I have to get out of the studio, like now. Bumanda Ketima, the allegations leveled against Mr. Governor is a fat lie. I'm not surprised that it is coming from those who hate Rivers people. The AGF must be guided to always uphold the law and the Constitution. Yedike Ona, we talk too much in this country, no action. The present administration is testing the waters with their action in Rivers State. If nothing is done to check them, 2027 is a walk in the park. Gift from Yenagoa, it's sounding like it is now obvious the federal government is bent on handing over Rivers to Wike. How can someone that should be sitting on the fence now sound like he's a major protagonist? AGF has really disappointed me, if you ask. The real stand, AGF is accusing the governor without using allegedly. When it's their turn, they would want you to use it. SAN, for that matter, that should know better. Chinda, here our AGF is brazenly threatening states in a democracy with removal. It's a matter of time. What goes around comes around. For now, let's continue to pretend we're in a democracy. Seller. And lastly, Kingsley Ebo. For me, I agree with the AGF. Same is the cause of all this crisis in River State. Ekele Afone. The problem I have with these people is they will be deceiving themselves, thinking they are deceiving us. Just one day, every man, God will reward all of them accordingly. As the AGF, it should continue. It should continue. We're watching. There are a few others, but we have to go. We're out of time. Let me say thank you to panelists for making the time to join us to speak on these all-important issues. I'm Comrade Ruben Izu Jr., a public affairs analyst, chairman, NDNAF, River State Chapter, and a voice for Ngene Kingdom. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Kelly, it's always a pleasure to be here to do justice to the headlines, and I want to urge Nigerians, mainly River citizens, to remain calm. Nobody should take law into his hands. I know the situation in the state is very much tense, as we can see, but please be law-abiding, do whatever you want to do, devoid of violence.
All right. Opaka Dokubo, Vice President, NUJ, Zone F, South. Senior, thank you, sir.
Kelly, and it's painful that in all of this, what the feelings and the true feelings of the people of River State not taken into account. We will not encourage violence, but I'll expect the people to take their destiny in their hands.
Okay. Thank you again. And Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, our in-house analyst. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians. Everybody should toe the path of peace. That is the only solution.
That's our show. Kelly Kemenjima is my name. Good morning. Stay with us. Entertainment today with Queen Chima just around the corner. Good morning.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
been sending joint texts, so I can't even remember all the things that I said to you. Probably cause I'm upset, and it's pain that I'm feeling great enough to be shared by two. You used to be obsessed, now you won't even glance in my direction when I walk in the room. Used to get you undressed, so it's hard to admit it, but I still got a lot to prove. Because you're in my head, in my head, in my head again. Where I keep it, cause I need it, I can't let it in. In my head, in my head, in my head again. Ain't a secret, you my weakness, should've let you in. In my head, in my head, in my head again. Where I keep it, cause I need it, I can't let it in. In my head, in my head, in my head again. Ain't a secret, you my weakness, should've let you in. Body on my first car, a little rough around the edges. Came straight from Texas, yeah, you used to be my lone star. You took away the stress and all the second guessing, but now you just a lost cause. Trying to find some meaning inside, I can't believe I lost us. And it doesn't feel right at all. That's why I'm standing outside for you, spending every dime on you. Wish I never lied to you. I need another try with you. Because you're in my head, in my head, in my head again. Where I keep it, cause I need you, I can't let it in. In my head, in my head, in my head again. Ain't a secret, you my weakness, should've let you in. In my head, in my head, in my head again. Where I keep it, cause I need you, I can't let it in. In my head, in my head, in my head again. Ain't a secret, you my weakness, should've let you in.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
After Oxygen, entertainment has to be the next best thing.
Because every chapter is unexpected.
At Today 95.1 FM, we know we entertain better, so we do it.
Life is too short to overthink your overthinking. So join us at 11:30 a.m. every weekday.
Let's give you a taste of sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Entertainment Today.
The ultimate entertainment extravaganza.
March 20, 2025. Good morning to you. This is Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's 11:34. I'm Queen Chima. Welcome to Entertainment Today. All right, Entertainment Today airs Monday through Friday, 11:30 to 12 on this dial. So if you're listening at this point, right on time. How is your morning going? I know we've given you all the best of information and you're still right here. Let's get to the entertainment scene, from news to stories to gossip to rumors outside of the country. I mean, foreign and here in Nigeria. Nigeria, so much to talk about. Let's begin with the news. A Hollywood director has been arrested and accused of using studio funds intended to complete his sci-fi series to buy luxury cars, cryptocurrency, and fancy bedding for himself. Carl Eric Rinsk, 47, is charged with federal fraud and money laundering related to $11 million he was given by Netflix to create a series called White Horse. Mr. Rinsk, who is best known for the 2013 film 47 Running, declined to enter a plea when appearing in a Los Angeles court on Tuesday. The indictment does not name Netflix, referring to a subscription video-on-demand streaming service, but Mr. Rin's long-running dispute with Netflix over the failed series has been previously publicized in U.S. media reports. Netflix has declined to comment on his arrest. Between 2018 to 2019, the streaming giant gave Mr. Rinsk an initial budget of $44 million to film the show, which depicts artificial human clones, but he allegedly never completed a single episode. In March 2020, Netflix sent him another $11 million after he argued that the initial budget was not sufficient, according to prosecutors. But instead of using the funds for the series, he allegedly transferred them to his personal bank account and used it to invest in several risky financial ventures, the U.S. Justice Department said. Carl Eric orchestrated a scheme to steal millions by soliciting a large investment from a video streaming service, claiming that money would be used to finance a television show that he was creating, prosecutor Matthew Podolsky said in a statement on Tuesday. Well, only 2 months after receiving the $11 million, about half of it had already been spent, the indictment says. He allegedly used the remaining funds to speculate on cryptocurrency and on personal expenses and luxury items for himself, including a fleet of Rolls-Royce and a Ferrari, court documents state. The spending spree also included $1.8 million for credit card bills, $3.7 million on furniture and antiques, and $933,000 in mattresses and luxury bedding, the Justice Department state. The indictment also alleges that $1 million of the cash was sent to lawyers to sue Netflix in hopes of receiving more funds and for a divorce. A profile of the dispute published by the New York Times in 2023 reported that friends and colleagues had described Mr. Rinsk of growing increasingly erratic shortly after he signed the Netflix deal. The newspaper reports that he believed he could predict lightning strikes and volcanic eruptions and knew about a secret transmission mechanism for COVID-19. According to the Associated Press, Mr. Rinsk made an initial court appearance on Tuesday when asked by the judge whether he had read the 12-page indictment. He reportedly responded, not cover to cover. He was released on a $100,000 bail and is expected to attend trial in New York at a later date. If found guilty, he faces 20 years in prison. Lord Sugar has signed a new 3-year deal with the BBC to stay on The Apprentice. The billionaire was already contracted to do the 20th series of the show next year, but says he has signed to do 3 more series, taking him into his 80s. Lord Sugar, 77, revealed the deal in a new interview with the BBC. The BBC's Amor Rajan, now in its 19th series. Criticism of The Apprentice falls like water off a duck's back these days, he said. He puts money into the winner's business, investing €250,000 in exchange for half of their company, and he says he's absolutely proud of the program's legacy. In the wide-ranging BBC interview, Lord Sugar reflects on his life and career and also discussed President and original U.S. Apprentice star Donald Trump, former contestant Katie Hopkins, and the disaster of Brexit. Known for his cantankerous, no-nonsense business dealings and his "you're fired, hired" catchphrase, Lord Sugar insists his on-screen persona is how he is in real life. Lord Sugar is arguably one of the UK's most famous rags to riches stories. After failing an aptitude test with tech company IBM as a young man in Hackney, East London, he started selling car aerials from a van and later transistor radios. He launched his own electronics and technology company, Amstrad, in 1968, making home computers and satellite dishes for Sky. Then, through property investment and other ventures, went on to become one of the country's richest men. Alan Sugar was approached by the BBC about making a UK version of a popular business-based entertainment show in the mid-noughties towards the end of this challenging tenure as chair and owner of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. There are certain things in life that I didn't think I'd experience. Well, asked of how he would get the best out of Trump in negotiations, he replies the only way you can deal with him is to not disagree with him. Well, speaking in House of Lords in 2018, Lord Sugar said Brexit campaigners such as Tory politicians Johnson and Michael Gove should be prosecuted for the €350 million lie they put on the red bus. Well, despite calling for him to be jailed a year later, Lord Sugar backed backed Johnson as the next prime minister in order to stop. He believes that rejoining the EU is the answer to getting the UK growing again. I have never met Prime Minister Sake Starmer, but if I ever did, I would ask him, is it possible? What mechanism would it take to effectively get down on your bended knees and beg to be allowed back in again? Well, the show on Netflix, Adolescents, has got a lot of people talking, as there are many lessons which can be learned from this popular Netflix series, police officers said. Or Digital Safety Development Officer Special Constable Laura Simpson said the program, Adolescents, shone a light on how the so-called manosphere, male rage and misogynistic influences online could affect boys and young men's mental health. The show, starring Stephen Graham, follows the family of a 13-year-old schoolboy who is arrested for killing a female classmate and explores the impact of social media and misogynist influences on some boys. Con Simpson said the series should act as a wake-up call to parents, carers and professionals who worked with children. Con Simpson added people should not bury their heads in the sand when it came to the online lives of children and what influenced them. She said, I think my key takeaway from the series was a moment in the last episode when the parents looked at each other and asked, should we have done more? That acknowledgement that they were not involved enough in aspects of their son's life, which had ultimately led to tragedy, should be a wake-up call to everyone who is a parent, carer, or professional who works with kids of any age. She said her advice to parents was to talk to their children about their online lives, be active users of apps and games played by them, and use parental controls on the internet. She also said parents and children should share videos and content with each other they think is interesting, along with sharing information and ideas with other key people in a child's life, including teachers and relatives. Well, in Nigeria, talking films, where Nollywood is set to witness another cinematic moment as Lagos plays host to the anticipated premiere of Iyabo Ojo's latest film, Labake Olododo. Well, Labake Olododo follows the story of a courageous woman navigating complex power dynamics, loyalty and leadership challenges. Rooted in Yoruba culture, the film incorporates traditional language and music, aiming to offer an authentic portrayal of its setting and themes. The event will feature a green carpet with an inner warrior fashion theme where attendees are expected to embrace bold and empowering looks. Guests will also have access to food and drinks as part of the screening experience. But beyond the film itself, the premiere aligns with International Women's Month, highlighting the role of female-driven narratives in Nollywood. Iyabo Ojo, who has built a reputation for producing and starring in notable Yoruba language films, leads this latest project as both actress and producer. Recent years have seen Nollywood increasingly spotlight cultural narratives, with filmmakers incorporating local traditions, languages and historical context into their storytelling. Labake Olododo continues in this direction, adding to the growing number of films that emphasize indigenous storytelling. The premiere will be hosted by Film House Group, one of Nigeria's leading cinema chains known for showcasing high-profile Nollywood releases, with a mix of industry professionals and film lovers expected in attendance. The premiere will serve as a platform to discuss the film's themes and the broader landscape of Nollywood productions. Well, amidst the discourse regarding whether gospel ministers should charge for guest ministrations in churches, or popular gospel singer Nathaniel Bassey has revealed why he does not charge. While speaking during a recent sermon in church, he said, if a church invites me to come and minister, they are doing two things. They are inviting me to minister to God and to his people. Let me just say this before I trend on Twitter. To my own understanding, it's when you tell me to minister to God, I can't charge God to minister to him. How much did he charge me for his blood on Calvary? The blood that is the very reason for my ministry. It's a personal thing for me and it has worked for me, so why leave what is working? Well, this comes after Apostle Femi Lazarus went viral for criticizing gospel artists for charging fees to perform at church events. The pastor suggested that ministry should not be commercialized, highlighting a time a singer charged $5 million to come and sing for his congregation. His statement sparked debate and reactions within the gospel and gospel music communities. In a detailed post, singer Simi Dakolo defended gospel musicians, highlighting the financial investment required to sustain their craft. He urged Christians to recognize that beyond its spiritual significance, music is also a profession that demands compensation. And lastly, on the news, where the younger brother of the late singer Irioluwa Aloba, also known as Mohbad, has been arrested by operatives of the Nigerian police on the premises of the magistrate court in Oba area of Lagos State. Adura was said to have been whisked away on Wednesday alongside his friend Ibrahim Kolosho, also known as King White, shortly after attending a legal proceeding regarding a phone he sold to one Damola Ayinde. Reports that Mohbad's mother, Abushiri, clashed with Yomi Fabiyi during a press briefing held in January over allegations against the late singer's brother, Adura. This followed a petition filed by Fabiyi on Friday, December 13, 2024, alleging that the deceased brother initiated an Instagram chat wherein he claimed to have videoed evidence of how Mohbad died. Fabiyi, in the petition he posted on his social media handles, alleged that the chat went on with Adura, demanding the sum of 3 million naira to be paid in Bitcoin in exchange for the video evidence. However, Adura denied the allegation, stating that the chat was from Ayinde, whom he had sold his phone. A forensic investigation has since been conducted while the court is still probing the case. Reacting to the arrest, Abushiri broke down in tears in a viral video monitored on Wednesday, pleading for help to locate her son. In the viral video, she could be heard wailing inside a vehicle, claiming that actor Yomi Fabiyi and one Sam Jojo orchestrated the abduction. While speaking in Yoruba, she said, "Please help me, Nigerians." Adora had earlier in December demanded a public apology from Fabiyi, Ayinde and others, alleging that they hacked his TikTok account to damage his reputation. He had also filed a 1 billion naira lawsuit against them for defamation, tampering with evidence and fraudulent claims implicating him. A member of the family who spoke in a condition of anonymity on Wednesday said the arrest was not unconnected to a heated exchange of words between Koliosho and Fabiyi. "We do not know the whereabouts of Adura, but I can confirm that his friend Kolosho was arrested after the court proceedings today." Fabiyi did not respond to calls made to his phone, while the text message sent to him had yet to be replied to as of the time this report was filed. When asked why they were arrested, the source directed to contact the zonal police spokesperson Ayuba Uma. As of the time of filing this report, all efforts to reach the spokesperson proved abortive, as she did not pick up calls nor responded to inquiries. Well, that's all on the news because it's still Women's Month and there are a number of celebrities, especially artists who are females, doing amazing in the Nigerian music industry. We will be spotlighting a number of them, their energy and some of the hit songs from these female artists. But so much more to come. Some celebrities reacting still to the suspension of the governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, his deputy and the legislature, and also the declared state of emergency in River State. We'll come through all of that after this break. You're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. Do stay with us.
My love is bigger than the ocean. On your skin like a lotion. Loving you is my devotion. Give you girl full potion. Oh my beautiful addiction. With a sweet vibration. The two of we is a vision. Anytime I slip your name I dimension. So tell me, girl, where you there? Just me, I go let the fire blaze. Anytime you want your ways. Watch out, the man, them they praise. Hey, man, tell me where you there? Girl, I've been loving you for days. Anytime you wind up your waist. All of the man, them they praise. Baby, I dey colo for your love. I dey mad for your love. I dey colo for your love. I dey mad for your love. Your love, you know. Your love, you know. Your love, your love, you know. Your love, your love. Give it to me, baby. Me, I'm giving thanks to the Creator. Your mama born you well better. You ma come and fungo to later. Kina vya pepe kimweta. Oh na na. Odi sanyonga makiliti. Odi na gonga za mendichi. Usinichomeka kidonda na spiriti. Mimi ongeta mie. Baby, you got me falling in love. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And Mona Lisa, my teaser. Hope you might be a reason your body give me fever. I done the shiver when you hold me tight. One in my baby, I dey colo for your love. I dey mad for your love. I dey colo for your love. I dey mad for your love. Your love, you know. Your love, you know. Your love, your love, your love, you know. Your love, your love. Give it to me, baby.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Well, RMD's Richard Moffat Damage's radio voice continued to show its trailer, and it's supposed to be showing in the cinemas April 11th. Was starring Moffat Damajo, Nancy Sime Official, Demi, Timini Ebusun, Blossom Chukwujeku, Blessing Jessica, and a number of others. Executively produced by RMD himself, Richard Moffat Damajo, and writers, editors, production house, RMD Productions Limited. And it's distributed by the Now Entertainment. He's quite talked about this film, and I'm sure a lot of you look forward to it. Just take a listen to the trailer. Quite an emotional piece, I think.
This is a movie. Your sexiness will... Carol!
Power FM was #1 when Carol ran things.
Past tense. You've been stuck in limbo for 2 years. You need to move on.
Happy birthday to you.
Power FM is struggling. Okay. I'm taking over Power FM. It's been over a week now. You need motivation. Because you know me now. I know you're in there. sorry.
I see you, make we no count with your own other names.
Uche is such an amazing cook.
I don't give them chance that they on my face.
I've been trying to get through to you for the longest. All I get are grunts and the occasional smile.
It's difficult. It makes me feel like I'm betraying her.
Do not misplace your key, so you can come in anytime.
Soon, the council will be gone. Things will be back to normal.
I love you, Mr. Ogene.
I love you, Mrs. Ogene.
It's an RMD production. April 11th, that's the date. I'll keep reminding you, right? So if you want to enjoy yourself, to go see that one in the cinemas. Radio Voice, that's the title of the film. And it's an RMD production. So let's see how beautiful the story was told exactly. I think it has a storyline around the lady who's a presenter. Radio Voice, that's the title of the film. So we'll see how that comes out. Well, some celebrities continue to react to the state of emergency that was declared by the president in Rivers State. Actress Ibinabo Fibrosima, you also had actress Hilda Dokubo reacted on a live interview on one of the television stations here in Nigeria. I'll just take their reactions one after the other. And also, skate maker, content creator Mark Inja reacts and gives subtle advice to his followers. Let's take a listen to what they said.
We found this finally. And then today you come out and you see army people driving around like there's something going on that is wrong. This is not right. This is not right. We are at peace. Let our children, let our families be at peace. Let people go to work at peace. All these army people driving about, this is not right. This is not right. This is not right. Our governor is peaceful. We love him.
That's the voice of Ibinabo Fibrosima, Nigerian actress and former president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, crying. Oh, really touching video. And actress Hilda Dokubo too reacting to it.
What for? Because of one man? I will say it over and over and over. What's going on in Rivers State is not similar in Mubara. What's going on in Rivers State is a comeback for the economic soul of Rivers State.
In her words, combat for the economic soul in Rivers State. Take a listen to what Mark Enjo said to his followers.
Rivers State people and all residents of Rivers State, especially the youths, you see this matter where they happen now for Rivers State. No be your matter, concern you. Now government versus government. Government say they get agreement with the other government. Now the agreement no hold. They get their personal matter. But because they have the power to change anything, let them change what they want to change. But what thing I want to let you know be say, no be your matter, be this. Remember?
All right, to wrap up, and because it's still the Women's Month, still celebrating women who are doing amazing as artists. Tiwa Savage, who broke the limelight in 2011 with her song Kelly Kelly Love. Yumi Alade's Johnny brought her to limelight. Simi's Jeremy in 2018, she made history by winning the Headies Record of the Year prize for her high-life fusing hit single Jeremy. Judy's Coochie Coochie, remember her? Komaro Mucheda, still celebrating women. Niola's Tobad, the love record dominated TV and radio stations for a long time while also launching Niola into mainstream fame. Or Maumi's If You Ask Me. Thames Love Me Jeje, of course, gave her the award for the best African song performance at the 67th Grammys. Cynthia Morgan's German Juice, and you remember Waje featuring Muna, So Inspired. And of course, Ira Star's Rush. Well, still celebrating a female artist because it's the Women's Month. Thank you so much for tuning in to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. The World News is up next. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News today, 20th March 2025, on your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. A chief of staff to Governor Siminalayi Fubara dismisses reports of court injunction to prevent Ibok Etebas from resuming duties in Rivers State. Former Nigerian ambassador to the Netherlands, Orji Ngofa, describes suspension of Governor Siminalayi Fubara's plot to take over economy and politics of Rivers State. House of Reps to investigate delay in disbursement of conditional cash transfers to citizens. On the foreign scene, Houthis claim a missile launch at Israel amid renewed fighting in Gaza. Now the detail. The Chief of Staff to the River State Governor, Ehi Edison, has dismissed reports circulating on social media claiming that the state government obtained a court injunction to prevent sole administrator Vice Admiral Ibokete Ibas from resuming duties. In a statement, Ehi described the report as false and an attempt to escalate the already tense political atmosphere in the state. He further dismissed claims that the alleged order stemmed from a fictitious lawsuit challenging the federal government's declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. He urged the public to disregard the misinformation, emphasizing his commitment to peace and lawful conduct. The former Nigeria ambassador to the Netherlands, Orji Ngofa, says the declaration of a state of emergency and suspension of Governor Siminalayi Fubara is a calculated plot to take over the economy and politics of Rivers State by President Bola Tinubu and his ally, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike. Ngofa, in reaction to the action of President Bola Tinubu, insisted that nothing had happened in Rivers State to warrant the declaration of a state of emergency, saying the governor had taken steps to address the political issues between the executive and the legislature. Orji Ngofa, who is the national chairman of the Supreme Council for SIM, while insisting that the president's criteria based on Section 305 was not justifiable and unacceptable, said it was a shame on the immediate past governor, Nyesom Wike, to bring the state which he has benefited from to its current situation. While calling on Rivers people to remain calm and peaceful, Ngofa also urged President Bola Tinubu to, without delay, reverse his decision and allow the governor, who has the mandate of the people, to rule the state.
Of the state of emergency in Rivers State is a calculated ploy to take over the economy and politics of the state by the president and his ally, Minister of FCT, Nyesom Wike. It's uncalled for, it's unacceptable. There is nothing that has happened in Rivers State that satisfies the criteria in Section 305 to warrant the declaration of state of emergency in Rivers State. What has happened in Rivers State? Orchestrated political difference between the legislative arm and the governor had been addressed by the Supreme Court. The governor was in the process of doing the needful in compliance with the pronouncement of the Supreme Court.
Orji Ngofa further advised the National Assembly members to do the needful to sustain Nigeria's democracy.
Yeah, the law says it has to be approved by the National Assembly within 48 hours. And I believe today that the National Assembly will do the needful. If they don't, then we should forget this democracy. If the National Assembly does not do the needful today and reverse this obnoxious declaration of state of emergency on Rivers State, then this democracy is gone. then I will conclude that we don't have democracy in this country anymore, because the National Assembly as an institution should uphold the law, and the president has acted out of his powers.
The Attorney General of the Federation, AGF Lateef Fagbemi, says the declaration of an emergency rule in River State has saved the suspended Governor Siminalayi Fubara from being impeached by the suspended State House of Assembly. Fagbemi made the statement at the State House in Abuja while justifying the emergency rule imposed on the state by President Bola Tinubu. Recall that President Tinubu on Tuesday night declared a state of emergency in River State. The president also suspended Governor Siminalayi Fubara, his deputy, and members of the State House of Assembly for 6 months. In his stead, Tinubu appointed Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas to oversee the administration of River State following the declaration of a state of emergency. Fagbemi said the emergency rule declared by the president could be seen as a strategic maneuver that prevented the imminent impeachment of Fubara. The Nigeria Labour Congress NLC and the Trade Union Congress TUC have condemned the recent declaration of a state of emergency in River State and the suspension of elected officers. According to the two labour unions, the action of the president blatantly violates the provisions of Part 2, Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution as amended and constitutes an overreach of executive power. Therefore, the unions demanded the immediate reversal of what they described as unconstitutional state of emergency in the interest of democracy, economic stability, and the welfare of Nigerian workers. A statement issued by the NLC president, Joe Ajero, and his TUC counterpart, Festus Osifo, warned that Nigeria's democracy must not be sacrificed on the altar of political expediency. They contended that the president, as the custodian of the nation's executive powers, must exercise restraint, respect constitutional limits, and act in a manner that inspires national confidence rather than suspicion. The unions further insisted that any decision that jeopardizes national security, economic stability, and democratic governance must be reconsidered. But moving on, where the House of Representatives has resolved to investigate the delay in the disbursement of conditional cash transfers to some nominees under the Household Upliftment Program of the federal government. During a plenary session presided over by the Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, the House agreed to constitute an ad hoc committee to probe the delay in the payment of the funds. The committee has been given a mandate to report back within 4 weeks. The resolution came after the adoption of a motion by the lawmaker representing Ibadan North, East, Ibadan South, East Federal Constituency in Oyo State, Abbas Adigun. In September 2016, the federal government, in partnership with the World Bank, launched the Social Safety Nets program for Nigeria. The National Cash Transfer Office was tasked with implementing the Household Uplifting Program conditional cash transfers, which aims to support poor and vulnerable households across the country. The program is part of the federal government's broader growth and social inclusion strategy to address critical social issues in Nigeria. However, Adigun expressed concern that some nominees had not received payments months after completing their information on the portal. The Dangote refinery has officially announced that it is halting the supply of petroleum products in Naira. In a statement by the refinery, the Dangote Group said the suspension is temporary. This followed reports that the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited might have stopped the sale of crude in Naira to the Dangote refinery. It also debunked online reports that it was stopping loading due to an incident of ticketing fraud. The Chief of Defense Staff, CDS, General Christopher Musa, has charged the personnel of the armed forces to combine hard work and prayer so as to defeat the enemies of the state. Musa made a call at the break of fast with the Christian officers, soldiers, ratings, airmen, and airwomen in the spirit of the ongoing Christian Lent in Abuja. Lent is 40 days long to represent the 40 days that Jesus spent fasting and praying in the desert before starting his own ministry. And this year's Lenten season began on March 5, Ash Wednesday, and ends on April 17, being Holy Thursday. He expressed excitement that both Christians and Muslims were observing fasting at the same time, saying it was a sign that God is with them. He said it was important that they continue to remain together as citizens. But you're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. The chairman of Omok Development Council in Ogba Ibema, Doniluka Government Area, River State, Christian Ojuba, has expressed disappointment with Owando Oil Company for failing to address community concerns after a meeting. Speaking with Today FM, Ojuba stated that Owando promised to address their complaints within 2 weeks, but no action has been taken. He urged the company to fulfill its corporate social responsibility to the people, asking the indigenous company to prioritize the interest of the Omok community, its host community.
On the 14th of January 2025, Omok had a discussion with Owando, and that discussion was without a struggle. And on that date, we met with the delegation from Omok. This delegation comprises of professors, doctors, and retired justices, and even a son in that meeting. And Omok community presented their charter of the mind, which was read to the hearing of everybody. And at the end of the meeting, they said they cannot respond to this charter of the mind because of the sensitivity, but they should please give them 2 weeks to go through these documents and call back for a meeting to discuss with the community. And the delegation left. Up till today, Owando refused to call back for that meeting. They refused to respond to the charter of the mind.
A River State environmentalist, Confident Samuel, has called on the state government to take urgent action to address the growing waste disposal problem in Rumokoro, particularly around Rumokoro Slaughter Market and other areas where refuse is indiscriminately dumped. Samuel, in an interview with Today FM's Olowale Sanusi, warned that poor waste management poses serious health risks to residents, including exposure to polluted air, disease outbreaks, and environmental degradation. She emphasized that neglecting environmental protection could have severe consequences and urged sanitation authorities to act swiftly.
So we do anything that degrades the environment, we do that at our own expense. Our health will be affected. The awful smell is something else. It can even kill somebody. There's a way a place can smell and somebody will suffocate because of the smell. Come to talk of when a group of persons pile up there. We can attest to the fact that it is bad. It's an eyesore, and so we should desist from it. And to the government of Rivers State, through the Ministry of Environment, they should take up urgent actions to address this situation at Rumokoro houses and any other place where deaths are being discarded indiscriminately. So for us to ensure that we protect our environment, that is the most important thing. So those who are in charge of sanitation should quickly go into action and make sure they clean up the environment. Also, the market management should come up with workable strategy for waste management.
Samuel also highlighted the importance of proper waste disposal and urged residents to bag and discard refuse at designated collection points. She stressed that with the rainy season approaching, improper waste management could lead to increased flooding and other environmental hazards.
It is morally wrong to pile up dirt at the center of the market or even at any residential area. Refuse are supposed to be discarded at a particular place, not indiscriminately, because it poses a health challenge when you throw away dirt in a way that is not proper. It also makes the environment unkept, and as a people, it does not speak well of our culture of decency, of ensuring that our environment is clean. We're supposed to defend the environment, not to degrade it. The change starts from each one of us. How do we bag our waste? Most times we think we are smart, but we fail to understand that we will be responsible for our actions.
This report says the House of Representatives has voted overwhelmingly in support of the declaration of a state of emergency in River State. This followed a letter from President Bola Tinubu asking the House of Representatives to approve his declaration of a state of emergency in the state. The House voted in support of the declaration during its plenary today. According to the Speaker of the House, Tajuddin Abbas, 240 lawmakers attended the session, suggesting there was a quorum. And on the foreign scene, the Houthis have launched a hypersonic missile at Israel's Ben Gurion airport days after the Israeli army broke a ceasefire in Gaza. Houthi spokesman Yahya Sari said the Yemen armed forces carried out a qualitative military operation targeting Ben Gurion Airport in the occupied Jaffa region with a Palestine II hypersonic ballistic missile. It was the second such attack since the United States began a new campaign of air raids against the rebels earlier this week. The Israeli military said it intercepted the missile before it entered the country's territory. Meanwhile, the U.S. has targeted Yemen with waves of strikes since Saturday, and the Houthis have declared they will escalate their attacks, including on Israel, in response. The U.S. attacks have killed at least 31 people. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The Chief of Staff to Governor Siminalayi Fubara has dismissed reports of a court injunction to prevent Ibok Ete Ibas from resuming duties in River State. The former Nigerian ambassador to the Netherlands, Orjin Goffer, has described the suspension of Governor Siminalayi Fubara as a plot to take over the economy and politics of River State. We told you that the House of Representatives is set to investigate the delay in the disbursement of the conditional cash transfers to citizens. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Houthis have claimed responsibility for a missile launch at Israel amid renewed fighting in Gaza. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Curry. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Don't get it mixed up. You are listening to Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk, news, and sports station in Port Harcourt. We are the voice of the people.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081-389-2850 now for more information.
Ma tell you, that man na ritualist. You don't ever see as that man dressed like normal human being before. Every time na black, blue. That man na ritualist.
Just leave them. Now so those people will come from that place. Now so they behave.
You see this our neighbor. You see that fair guy where they always they carry laptop up and down. If you observe, you know they go work in the morning, but every time you go they change car. But I don't they observe and since.
I don't they there.
Now for you.
But me I know say, you know people where they come from that area. Now so all of them they behave. You know get with anybody if you tell me 9 drunk.
What is it with all the hate and the way we talk? Hate speech does no one any good. It only makes a bad situation worse. The aim is to stir more hate and anger rather than bring us together. All they want is to set you against your neighbor or even your brother. Will you let them? Hate speech is not just criminal, it is intended to destroy you. Shun hate speech. No one truly benefits. A message from Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko, for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country healthcare system. Country man, correct bakelistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Food ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Seeking itself sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Botumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of three types that can afflict men. But of these three, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough hair where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start coming up with breath coming from within that is already polluted. There is no amount of time such people wash their mouth, you discover that the breath coming out is very offensive. All this can be as a result of pollution of the body system. It is possible if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the act. In some people, they make efforts to get into the act, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. So such men do suffer from this from time to time. It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free. Whenever you experience anything that we have been able to mention or other things, it's very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to run tests on one and pinpoint where the problem lies and proffer solution. For more enlightenment and advice, the number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Thank you all.
All right, you've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country health care system. Quatliman, correct, bekelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Sickness self, sabi medicine, we pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ogbarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Don't get it mixed up. You are listening to Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk, news, and sports station in Port Harcourt. We are the voice of the people.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
All eyes are on Moscow after Washington and Kyiv reach an agreement.
So I'm very skeptical that the Kremlin will say, yeah, sure, unless they just try and play along, sort of play Trump along, as it were.
Trump says more tariffs are coming.
We have been abused really for a long time, and we will be abused no longer.
And just how prepared is the U.S. military for future conflicts?
While the U.S. Navy is still considered the most powerful in the world when it comes to firepower and tonnage, the number of U.S. Navy ships is falling behind China's.
Today is Thursday, March 13th, and this is VOA's International Edition. I'm Alexis Strope.
And I'm Steve Karish. Following Tuesday's blockbuster news that the U.S. and Ukraine have been able to repair their diplomatic relationship and agree to terms for a ceasefire in the Russia-Ukraine war, the U.S. administration's efforts are now putting pressure on the Kremlin.
Moscow has made considerable territorial gains, and some in Russia say they are prepared to give up nothing. We have this report from our team in Moscow.
Moscow this week suffered the biggest Ukrainian drone attack since the start of the war, leaving at least 3 dead and 17 injured. Many Muscovites are trying to ignore the war, but many also hope that negotiations between the Kremlin and the new U.S. administration will soon bring a peace that Russians consider a victory. Officials say the goal is international recognition of the new borders that the Russian army has obtained by force. Alexander Kamaryenko is a former Russian ambassador.
It is clear that there will be a bilateral settlement between us and Kyiv. It should be a peace treaty that will legalize the new borders of Russia and the post-Soviet borders of Ukraine.
Many in Moscow are already celebrating the new geopolitical scenario before the conflict has ended. Evgeny Fyodorov is a deputy in the State Duma for the ruling United Russia Party.
This is a real victory. You can open champagne. Also, it cannot be lost. Russia must continue the offensive because no one canceled the ambitions of the United States. Yes, they are afraid of us, but it does not mean that they abandoned their idea of a world empire.
After more than 3 years of war, independent media outlet Mediazona counts more than 95,000 Russian casualties. But these losses are not stopping the Kremlin from carrying on with the war. In a meeting with wives and mothers of deceased soldiers, Russian President Vladimir Putin said there would be no concession.
We are not going to do that. We must choose for ourselves a version of the world that would suit us and that would ensure peace for our country for a long historical perspective.
Critics of Putin can only speak from exile. As they see it, the Kremlin could make concessions, but giving up its territorial ambitions is out of the question. Anton Berabashin is editorial director of the Russian analysis group Riddle.
Compromises can be presented on some other issues related to how the Ukrainian security architecture will be formed after the war. Moscow wants to be a participant in the formation of this new Ukrainian security architecture and, in fact, to describe what can be done and what cannot be done.
Russian officials are looking forward to a meeting with U.S. officials following the talks between U.S. and Ukrainian negotiating teams in Saudi Arabia. So far, there is no such gathering in sight. Jeff Custer, VOA News.
As we've heard, the world is looking for a response from Moscow. Is Russia ready for a ceasefire? Taras Kuzio is a professor of political science at the National University of Kyiv, Mohela Academy. What are your initial impressions? A path to a ceasefire, does it look good to you?
I'm glad that my expectations were of it being a lot worse haven't borne fruit. The actual final document was, I think, quite good from the viewpoint of Ukraine. With all of the kind of last few weeks, which have been heavy on attacking President Zelensky, attacking Ukraine, going down on Ukraine and saying nothing about Putin and nothing about Russia, I think many of us were expecting this this communique to actually be a lot worse than it was. So it's come out quite well, I think, from that vantage point of view, and it's good that the Ukrainians managed to push the fact that they want the Europeans on board in the whole process. Of course, I will just add that, and I'm sure we're going to be talking about this, I've always been very skeptical that the Russians will play ball, but we can go on to that.
Well, that's going to be my next question. A lot of American officials are saying the ball is now in Russia's court to show the world if they actually want peace or not. So what do you think?
Well, I think that the Trump administration, the Trump team, or whatever you want to call it, simply have no understanding of the roots of why Russia launched a full-scale war. And they've never mentioned this key phrase that the Kremlin always brings up, which is the roots of the war. The Kremlin keeps talking about the need to remove, to end the roots of the war. It's as though the Trump administration doesn't understand. This is like the key thing for the Kremlin, and it's not changed. It's been the same since spring of 2022. They've stuck to this phraseology, and that question of the roots of the war means there's a massive gulf between Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, who wants to be seen as a peacemaker, Ukraine, the aims of Ukraine, which would like the war, the bombing and the war and the killing to end. The roots of the war have not been fulfilled in Russia's eyes.
So what are the roots of the war?
Well, the roots of the war are, it's the Belarusianization of Ukraine, or little Russianization of Ukraine, either one. It's the goal of the so-called special military operation was to destroy Ukrainian identity, that's denazification, and to annex the southeastern so-called New Russia part of Ukraine, plus, of course, what had been taken earlier, Crimea and the Donbass. The rump Ukraine, what was left of Ukraine, would become a Russian satellite state like Belarus under Lukashenko, kind of a little Russia. And these Ukrainians who had been misguided into believing that they are different to Russians would be re-educated, forcibly if need be, to understand that they're really Russians. I mean, this process that I'm talking about is taking place on the occupied territories, where you have a massive program of de-Ukrainization, Russification, and even Sovietization. And so that sort of goal for Ukraine, not allowing it to exist in its current form, as it were, is what they mean by the roots. And they actually specified back in the spring of 2022, it's about 3 or 4 pages of legislation that the Kremlin demanded that Ukraine repeal. And this is kind of legislation primarily on things like religion, culture, education, language, memory politics. A lot of this was adopted after the Euromaidan revolution. Of course, these kinds of demands Ukraine will never meet. And on top of this, there's the whole question, of course, of the Trump team saying, Ukraine should postpone joining NATO for 10 years, whereas Russia is saying never. And so these routes, which are the goals of the so-called special military operation, have not been fulfilled. Russia hasn't expanded the amount of territory it controls compared to 3 years ago. It's still about 19% of Ukraine, and they don't even control any big, large cities like Kharkiv, which is close to the Russian border. So I'm very skeptical that the Kremlin will say, yeah, sure, unless they just try and play Trump along, as it were.
And I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there for today. Taras Kuzio teaches political science at the National University of Kyiv Mohyla Academy. Professor Kuzio, thanks so much for your analysis today.
Turning to the economy, President Donald Trump threatened more tariffs on goods from the European Union.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Everything that you do, I'm in love with. Loving every life I say. That is why I say I know I cannot hold back on my feelings. 'Cause the way this girl is smiling, she dey busting my brain now. And no matter what they say, I know she dey busting my brain now. See the way this girl is smiling, she dey busting my brain now. And no matter what they say, I know. Ask me, them ask you help. Tell them say you help me, as I care, so I no go lie with you. And if I catch you go, I will do everything not to let you go. Call it kidnapping, I will hold you down. No more wearing no frown, as I care, so the way this girl is smiling, she dey busting my brain now. And no matter what them say, I know. She the busting my brain. The way this girl is smiling, she the busting my brain now. And no matter what you say, I know, yeah, she the busting my brain. So you guys miss for your memory. Hey, I'm all about that. You're the confusion. And your Manchester, the right proportion. Along with a Columbia. Not only me and you could ride. So make you feel good to us at 5 times. The way this girl is smiling, she dey busting my brain now. And no matter what you say, I know she dey busting my brain now. The way this girl is smiling. Busting my brain now. And no matter what you say, I know, yeah, she busting my brain. Hey, you do fine if it's a crime, I go arrest you one time. I go knock you from my heart, I dedicate all my time just to love you. Nobody go touch you. Hey, as I see you, so I know go let you go. Out of my sight, anywhere you go, I will follow. I'm gonna chase you. See the sun in your eyes. Everything that you do, I'm in love with. Yeah, I'm in love with.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
God bless you. I'm super excited to be in the city of Port Harcourt. My name is Commander CSI, commanding in the 21st century under high tension Pentecostal power, anointing, license to liberate mankind and devastate the kingdom of darkness. I don't know where you are. You may need this number. Take it quickly because you may need it.
08163885888. Take it again. 08163885888.
Now, whatever place you are, I don't want to know whether you are in Rumola, Rumu Biakani, Rumu Precom, Rumu Nancy, Rumu Tode, or Rumi Lawyer. Are you in Degema? Are you in Buguma? Are you in Abonema? I don't know. Maybe you are in Ogoni at this hour. You are in a chair at this hour. You have just entered the vehicle to leave the city of Port Harcourt. Take this number 08163885888. I repeat it 08163885888. As you call this number, I will begin to speak life into you. We have a powerful meeting coming on this Sunday. This Sunday is going to be so great. And don't forget, it's every Sunday until Jesus comes. 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Just 2 hours of rituals of prayer. And my host is no other person than prophetess Cancan Praise. Glory to God. Hallelujah. Now hear me. Whatever place you are, let us hear this Bible passage quickly, then we can roll.
The book of Luke chapter 14 verse 17, and it says, and sent his servant at supper time to say to them that were bidding, come, for all things are now ready.
Glory to God. Hallelujah. I just want to tell you that all things are ready. All things. When we mean all things, we mean all things. We mean all things. Are you there hearing the sound of my voice and you want to make it in life? God said to me to come down to Nigeria in order to have this meeting which Cancan Praise is hosting me. All things are ready in Temple of Justice. One thing you need to understand, we are in Temple of Justice, Dava Ministries International. When you are coming, we take it on time. If you don't come on time, listen to me, your case will be striked out. But if you come on time, your case must be attended. And that is why we are here. All things are ready.
All things are ready. When we talk about all things are ready, it means your miracle is ready. Your testimony is ready.
Kabadosh.
We are not talking about just testimony. Audible testimony. The one that you will hear. Tangible testimony. You will touch it. Visible testimony. You will see it. You will use your mouth to testify.
Glory
that
to God.
Of the truth, all things are ready for you.
Call this number 08163885888. Let me tell you something. Are you financially down and you are crying and saying, what am I going to do? All you need to do is to call this number 08163885888. Maybe you have health issue and you are hearing the sound of my voice at this hour. I don't want to know where you are, but the Lord said to me to tell you, all things are ready. All you need to do is to call the number once again.
08163885888. 08163885888.
And as you call this number, we will begin to prophesy to you. Now hear me. Is your uncle about to take your land and you are crying? Maybe your boyfriend, wherever place, have just abandoned you. Listen, we have authoritative chain of command to bring your loved one back within 72 hours. All you need to do, why not try this anointing? Call this number 808163885888. Women, stop crying. All things are ready. Are you crying that you have no child? Is that why you are crying? Maybe you are crying that you have got to the age of getting settled and you are not settled. Maybe you have gotten to the age that only property you have is your cell phone. Call this number now.
08163885888.
Jesus said, go and tell them all things are ready.
All things are ready.
What are you waiting for?
All things are ready. All things. Are you in the marketplace hearing the sound of my voice?
Rabadosh.
And others are selling. You are busy sleeping. It is not your portion.
It's not your portion at all.
Your portion is to make sales and make gain. That is why we are here.
And there is other people also, woman of God, that they have a shop, they have rented a shop, but no goods there. And all they are doing is to renew rent, take rob Peter, pay Paul, renew rent just like that. And they have not been able to start that business. Call this number quickly, 08163885888.
Thank you, Jesus. That is why we are here. There is anointing differs. There is something we're going to be doing for you. Praying and bringing you to the point of prayer. There is a difference between you bringing your prayer point, but we are mandated to bring you in that point of prayer whereby when you come, every of your expectation will not be cut off, because that is the scripture. The expectation of the righteous shall never be cut off in the name of Jesus
And
Christ.
that is why you need to call this number quickly, whatever place you are. Hey, that woman, don't stop from that vehicle unless you take this number. 081-6388-5888. You are there hearing the sound of my voice, and your children are into drugs. They are now misbehaving. Some of them are now opening their ear from nose to wherever, opening every part of their body. Listen to me. That is not the will of God for your children. All I need, come around and see us one-on-one. Come with the picture of that child. I give you 72 hours that your child will change. All you need to do, call this number 081-6388-5888. As you call this number, we will begin to prophesy life into you. Are you a musician? You have some good lyrics, but you have not gotten sponsorship, and you are crying. This is praise and prayer. PP, praise and prayer. Come to Temple of Justice. Meet us one-on-one. All things are ready. Angels are ready. God is ready. God the Father is ready. God the Son is ready. My Father and the Lord is ready. I am ready. Thank and praise is ready. Call this number. Your life will never remain the same. If you meet this meeting, it will look as if you have missed rapture. Call this number 081-6388-5888.
There is someone listening to me under the auspices of my voice right now. Your problem is like you are in the middle of nowhere. You are confused. You have no direction on what to do. You don't know what to do. You have toiled and toiled and toiled, and it looks like there is nothing that is working out. All you need is to call this number 081-6388-885-888. When you call this number, you'll be given divine direction.
God is about to do a new thing. Are you married, or your marriage is delayed? Can I say this to some of you that are hearing the sound of my voice? The year just started and you have lost almost 2 people. Do you want all the members of your family to die before you come around? That death will have power to stop death. I am telling you, God have given us the mandate. All you need to do to call this number quickly, 081-6388-5888. Can I talk to somebody? You are a student. You have been carrying over your course. You have never been able to graduate. When you finish reading and enter the exam hall, everything clear from your head, and you are asking yourself, oh Lord, what is this? All you need to do is to call this number, 081-6388-5888. Can I tell somebody something? You are a young man. You are hearing the sound of my voice. Now, you want to marry. The person you want to marry have left you. You have got to the age of getting married. You cannot even get married. And you are saying to yourself, what is really going on? And now, you are crying and saying, Lord, I need a life partner. Call the number we are mentioning all and on, 081-6388-5888. Are you there? And you are having delays in life. You are having delays in marriage, delay in success. Some of you, you are walking on the road. You are borrowing everywhere. You borrow from Mama Nkechi, you borrow from Mama Gringori, you borrow from... What are you waiting for? Come around. Let us begin to deal with the issue from the root. Are you hearing the sound of my voice at this hour? John have left you and you are crying. Peter have left you, you are crying. Listen to me. Even if John left you, there is second John, there is third John. Even if Peter leave you, there is second Peter. God always have a substitute for his children. Call this number now, 081-6388-5888.
There is someone under the sound of my voice. Your challenge should be retrogression. You run around and you roll around and without result. Call this number. There is someone under the sound of my voice. Your own is stagnation. You are stagnated at a place all the days of your life. You are not moving forward. You are not making progress.
Oh my God.
There is an intentional anointing to move you from where the enemy has paused your life. You know, when you play music, there is what we call the old records. Pause. The enemy have paused your life. The enemy has kept you at a particular position. You are not moving forward. You are not making progress. Call this number 081-6388 and 5888.
Now, you know, when you are talking, there is something that just dropped into my mind. Somebody have a driving license. He doesn't have a car.
Come on.
The only driving license you have is for identification. Who they do you this thing? There is somebody, you are working in the bank, you are counting people's money, and you don't even have money in that bank. Listen, do you know there are some of them, you have almost 3,000 people on your cell phone as contact, but when you have the problem of 20,000 naira, none of your contact will serve it. That is why you should call this number. Listen, as a matter of fact, you don't have anybody. It's better. Well, let me tell you this. Fish is better than catfish. Call this number. 08163885888. Can I say this? Do you have mental problem and you are crying? Maybe you have a court case and you are afraid that your children or your child, your loved one, will be judged and put to prison. Call this number. The hand of the judge is in the hand of God. The number to call is 08163885888. Now, let me say this. Are you a police officer, naval officer, navy officer, and you don't listen, you have reached the time of promotion. You have been there as a police officer for 25 years. You are just a corporal. Who they do you this thing? Or a sergeant? Call this number now. Pick up your phone. That police officer on a checkpoint, I need to see you one-on-one. Pick up your phone now. Call this number 08163885888. Are you a contractor? The only name you have is a contractor, no contract. Who they do you this thing? My name is Commander CSI. They call me the Lord of the Caribbean, and some call me the Nightmare of Witches and Wizards. I don't want to know what you call me, but call this number. Try this anointing. I don't prophesy. I prophesy, and when I prophesy, there's going to be a shaking. Call this number now. 08138858888.
Glory to God. Glory to God. Call this number immediately without delay. You are that man. Someone is dragging your property. Someone is dragging your land with you. And you are very sure that this belongs to you.
Oh my God.
Let me tell you, your position in life, your seat of glory, no one can take, because there is an anointing, there is fire here to take what belongs to you and put into your hand, to take whatever the enemy has stolen from you through uncles or any relative or whosoever. There is an anointing to restore unto you all the year that the palmer won the canker.
Things are ready.
It is ready. The restoration is ready.
My God.
My prophet, restoration is ready.
It's ready.
Deliverance is ready.
And that is why I normally tell people, do you know, there are people every day they put their hope, their belly in somebody's budget. Every day, Mama Nkechi will give me this, I will borrow this. You are putting your budget in somebody's pocket. It doesn't work like that. Hear me, all things are ready. From today, suddenly you have become a diplomatic beggar. You are not supposed to be a diplomatic beggar. Call this number now. 081-363-885888, and your life will not remain the same. You cannot be a diplomatic beggar again. Are you there? You are a barrow pusher. Maybe at this hour you are driving Okada, somebody's Okada, and you have not been able to buy your own. Why not try this? Why not try this?
Yes.
And anytime you are struggling to buy your own, one problem from the village will come and take it, and they call it village people. Listen to me. Call this number 081-3688-5888, and your life will not remain the same.
This Sunday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m.
To 4 p.m.
Sharply. The prayer is going to be intense. It's going to be very intense. It's going to be fervent. It's going to be heartfelt. The Bible says that the fervent and effectual prayer of a righteous man availeth much. That is why we are here, to stand in the gap. God is still looking for men that will stand in the gap and make up the hedges so that he will not destroy the land. Call this number and run to Daba Ministries, Temple of Justice. We are waiting for you.
The number to call is very simple. 081-3688-5888. Let me say this quickly. Right. Do you have a husband, a boyfriend, a son, a child that have built his life in Bet Niger? Lotto. Every time he's playing Lotto, Bet Niger. Listen to me. Gambling can never make you rich. Listen. Prayer and work can make you rich. We are here to get you connected to the right people that will give you the right job so that you can get the right thing you are looking for. All you need to do, pick up your phone. Call this number 081-3688-5888. My name is Commander CSI, and my host is Prophetess Kankan Praise. We are here to turn your life around. We are situated at
number 1 Daba Avenue by Air Force Road off Ilius Flyover, Port Harcourt.
Port Harcourt. That is it. In city of Port Harcourt, you cannot be in the land of milk and honey and you are living as if you are living in the far north. Call this number 081-3688-5888. Shalom.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1